All right.
Right here, right after.
Good morning. I will now call the April 4th, 2023, April 4th, 2023 San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting and In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority meeting to order. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. There are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. Tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of one community that historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples, who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from our cultural groups, Kumeyaay, de Guiño, de Liseño, de Cupeño, and the Kawia. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experience in undoing the injustices of the past. As a reminder, according to the board rules and procedures, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. Sir, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Supervisor Anderson. Supervisor Desmond. Here. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Here. Chairwoman Vargas.
All right, thank you. With the volume of speakers and the full agenda that we have today, we'll be limiting speaking time to 1 minute per person. So please plan accordingly. And I apologize, I have either a really bad cold or allergies, so bear with me as we go through this process. I also want to make sure, all right, I just want to make this very clear. We're going to start this process. We're going to start with this process, and we're just going to remind everyone that we need everyone to follow the rules. You have an opportunity. You are either going to ensure that you follow the rules, or you will be asked to leave, all right? So with that, I know this past week has been very challenging for all of us. Sir, that is your first warning. You cannot try to take over this meeting. They are following. So I know this past week has been challenging for so many of us, and we received many messages regarding what will happen next at the County of San Diego after Supervisor Fletcher's announcement. As the chair, I want to reassure my colleagues and I are committed to continuing to move our county forward. There's a lot of information out there about what will happen next. No, please know that no decision has been made. Our board will carefully consider our options in making these important decisions, and we will continue to lead so we can meet the needs of all county residents. Our staff will continue to carry out the work just as they have done in the past when facing adversity. And over the next few weeks, we'll follow a process established by our board policy and charter, which gives us options on filling the future vacancy for District 4. United and with your input, our board will determine the best direction for our county. I'll look forward to the May 2nd Board of Supervisors meeting, where we will discuss the process and timeline moving forward. As it relates to our CAO search, I want to ensure all of you that the process is close to concluding, and the work of our county on behalf of the 3.3 million San Diegans must continue to be our priority. If you have any questions or concerns, always feel free to reach out. Thank thanks again to everyone, and especially to our county team for everything that they're doing to move forward. With that, in honor of Military Appreciation Month, we will now have a Deputy Chaplain, Stephen Schwartz of U.S. Naval Base Coronado, deliver the invocation. Following the invocation, United States Navy Chief Petty Officer Brenda Slater and her sons, thank you so much, her sons Miguel and Caden will deliver the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the invocation and the...
Let us pray. Eternal Father, we come before you this morning asking that you guide us in our thoughts, speech, and actions to honor you and honor those in attendance today. We pray that you give us wisdom, discernment, truth, and clarity as we navigate our professional relationships. We ask that you bless our positions of authority and to be accountable for our responsibilities. Last but not least, we ask the blessings on our personal relationships, our families, and our households. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
I hope you guys are having a great morning today. All right, put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic to which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
And justice for all.
Thank you, Deputy Chaplain Schwartz and Officer Slater, for your service and your family's service to this country. We appreciate you, all those services, and our veterans for the sacrifices they have made for the protection of our country. So thank you so much. With that, we're going to proceed with our proclamations. I'm going to be presenting the first proclamation honoring Fair Housing Month, and accepting the proclamation will be David. All right, good morning. Good morning, everyone, again. Today we recognize National Fair Housing Month throughout April. As we recognize National Fair Housing Month, we celebrate the passage of the Fair Housing Act in 1968. This month commemorates the 55th anniversary of its passage. The Fair Housing Act is a national law that prohibits discrimination in the sale, rental, and financing housing based on race, color, national origin, religion, and gender. The Act has been amended since to include protections for people with disabilities, families, and children, and clarify discrimination based on gender, identity, and sexual orientation. In California, we have additional protections for marital status, sexual orientation, ancestry, source of income, and arbitrary characteristics such as age and occupation. Despite the passage of these protections at the federal and state levels, we are all well aware that housing discrimination continues today. Discriminatory lending practices and redlining have denied certain individuals of group access to mortgages and other financial services based on their racial or ethnic makeup. Steering, which involves directing individuals towards or away from certain neighborhoods based on their race or ethnicity. And although many of these practices have been outlawed under the Fair Housing Act, their effects are still felt in many communities today, including some of our neighborhoods here in San Diego. By recognizing that access to quality housing is essential for individuals to lead healthy and productive lives, the County of San Diego is committed to actively promoting fair housing efforts by promoting fair and equal housing opportunities for our residents. Therefore, be it proclaimed by myself and on behalf of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, we hereby recognize National Fair Housing Month through the month of April in San Diego County. Joining us to accept this proclamation today is our Director of Housing, David Estrella, Deputy Director Kelly Salmons, Assistant Director Nick Martinez, and from Legal Aid Society of San Diego, Ramses Serban, and other folks as well. So I know I would like to turn it over to David Estrella and then Ramses to say a couple of words. And then I'll go ahead and give you the proclamation.
So we want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their leadership on fair housing. Fair housing is all about housing choice, and it's a pillar of health, housing, and human services, which is what we're dedicated to in Health and Human Services Agency. So it's our honor to partner with Legal Aid Society, and I'll pass it over to you, and thank you very much to the board.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas and Supervisor Estrella, or Director Estrella, I'm sorry, and to all the county supervisors and staff for the work that you do every day to help San Diegans achieve justice. We are proud to call you a partner and to accept this recognition of our daily work to defend the civil rights of San Diegans. My name is Joanne Franciscus, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Legal Aid Society of San Diego, where it is our mission to improve lives by advancing justice through effective, efficient, and vigorous legal advocacy, education, and outreach. In 1968, Congress passed the Fair Housing Act, which prevents housing providers from discriminating against us because of who we are. The act and its legacy represent stability, hope, safety, and opportunity to break out of the cycle of poverty. But as we all know, the passage did not end discrimination. 55 years later, there is still much work to be done. Our office receives calls every day from people across the county struggling to access housing and maintain housing stability. Our housing and fair housing lawyers and staff protect housing rights and prevent people from being treated unfairly. We educate landlords and tenants about their rights and responsibilities under the law. We help people obtain reasonable accommodations, file administrative claims, and bring impact litigation to ensure the Fair Housing Act remains an effective tool for justice. As we all know, laws are created to protect us, but laws alone do not bridge the gap to justice. They need someone there to enforce them. Justice Thurgood Marshall reminds us that the justice system can force open doors and sometimes even knock down walls, but it cannot build bridges. That job belongs to you and me. Thank you to the County of San Diego for partnering with us so that we can be the bridge to justice and fair housing for San Diegans living in poverty. Happy Fair Housing Month. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, so now we can take a picture. Unless anybody else wanted to say anything. No, okay, let's take a picture. All right, the next proclamation is going to be given by myself and Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer. Honoring Child Abuse Prevention Month and accepting the proclamation would be Dr. Kimberly Jardina. Today, I'm honored to join with Vice Chair Lawson-Remer in recognizing the month of April as National Child Abuse Prevention Month, a great opportunity to educate and increase awareness about keeping children safe and promoting family well-being. When we invest in our children and families, we are investing in our communities and our future. The single most important thing we can do in support of families all year long in ways that promote and build upon the strengths and enable them to care for their children safely before maltreatment is even possible. In the 2021-22 fiscal year, the County of San Diego's Child Welfare Services received over 39,000 reports of abuse and neglect, representing over 67,000 children. Child abuse and neglect is a serious problem that affects communities across all demographic groups, income levels, and geographic regions in San Diego County. And finding solutions requires input and action from everyone. To that end, we are committed to helping our children thrive by supporting families before they reach a crisis. In February of this year, the County Board of Supervisors approved the creation of the new Child and Family Wellbeing Department to reimagine prevention and protection services to create new partnerships that will shift our traditional approach to child protection. We know inequities exist in our communities, such as poverty and lack of supportive resources. Effective family strengthening and child abuse prevention efforts succeed when all communities and child serving systems, such as child welfare professionals, educators, health professionals, faith-based organizations, businesses, law enforcement agencies that create equitable pathways to wellness and success. By addressing these issues through strength-based approaches that truly support families, we can begin to stop child maltreatment and improve the outcomes of children, youth, and families. My hope is that we all work together and commit to effective strategies that support families and prevent child abuse and neglect. All children deserve to grow up safe and nurtured. With that, I'm going to ask my colleague, Supervisor Vice Chair Lawson Remer, to join me.
I'm honored to present this proclamation with Chairwoman Vargas. April is National Child Abuse Prevention Month, a time for us to highlight how we prevent child abuse and child neglect, learn how to look for the signs of mistreatment, and remember and acknowledge the victims of child abuse. When we talk about this Board of Supervisors being proactive and not reactive, and leaning in to address challenges that matter to our communities, this is one of those issues. The County Health and Human Services Agency's hotline received over 39,000 abuse and neglect reports last year. This represents more than 67,000 children in San Diego County who experience some form of abuse or neglect. Let that sink in. More than 67,000 children whose lives are forever harmed each year. As a mother, the scope of child abuse and neglect in our region is unconscionable. But it's a reality we have to confront head on. And as a community, we have the power to keep our children from ending up as a statistic. This starts with us bringing awareness to the fact that child abuse is a problem and being very clear that it is a problem that can be prevented. That's because the county and our community partners have the tools and teams to help. San Diego County has an amazing child welfare services department, along with strong allies like San Diego Partners in Prevention, Chadwick Center at Rady Children's Hospital, San Diego County Office of Education's Foster Youth Services Coordinating Program, and the Office of the District Attorney. All of these entities are here with me today, and all are dedicated to promoting the social and emotional well-being of children and families, and creating safe and nurturing environments. We want all of San Diego County to know about the amazing resources that these community partners provide, and encourage families to reach out to them and lean on them for support. I'd now like to present the proclamation.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Amy Zeitz, and I'm with the YMCA of San Diego County, and we steward Partners in Prevention, a community-wide collaborative to really lead upstream primary prevention work. I want to start by thanking the Board of Supervisors for your demonstrated support both with this proclamation and the approval of the new Department of Child and Family Wellbeing. This is truly a transformation in how we serve children and families across San Diego County. It's innovative and it's revolutionary, and eyes are watching us from across the country because we really are shifting the way we serve. I want to thank you all for your support, and we've seen some incredible work done by Child Welfare Services in decreasing children entering into foster care, and the more prevention and well-being work we do, we'll just continue to see those benefits and keep families together, safe, healthy, and thriving. Thank you so much.
All right, the next proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Lawson Remer and Supervisor Desmond, honoring Autism Acceptance Month. Accepting proclamation will be Diana Hoff.
Well, good morning. It is my privilege and honor to welcome. Come on up. Hey, hello. All right. Good group. Well, good morning. It is my privilege and honor to welcome here today Dana Hoff, the Autism Tree co-founder and executive director, Rebecca Barron. I'm going to raise your hand when I call your name here. Rebecca Barron, Autism Tree Director of Operation. Lupe Miranda, the Autism Tree Program Coordinator. And Otto Lena, the founder and director of Autism Tree Typers, Social Club and Book Club programs. And Shelley Lana, Otto's mom, most important title. And Mr. John Hickey, volunteer director of community relations and athletic mentor programs to recognize and celebrate Autism Tree organization's 20th anniversary. So I want to thank you all for being here today, help promote April as Autism Acceptance Month. And I'm pleased to see the change from autism awareness to autism acceptance. This is vital as we look to continue and improve the well-being of autistic employees in the workforce and in society. Autism acceptance promotes not just education about differences of people with autism, but understanding and respecting those differences. And it calls for more tangible progress towards equal rights and resources. Autism Tree is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving autism communities around the world and benefiting the entire family with a mission to help the autism community live their best lives. Autism Tree was founded in 2003 and provides more than 200 community-based family events annually under their 19 programs. And the main goal is to give people on the autism spectrum a voice and build community compassion towards the parents and families and for these special individuals. Autism Tree's 4 core values are embrace, connect, empower, and create. Embrace every family with love and acceptance. Connect every family with a community of resources. Empower individuals to build a better world by investing in their vision, and create organic relationships, meaningful opportunities, and lasting friendships. So now I'm going to turn this over now to my colleague, Vice Chair Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer. Tara.
Thank you, Jim, and good morning. Today we are here to celebrate that April is Autism Acceptance Month and to recognize a fantastic organization that works with autistic members of our community. Autism affects 1 in 44 people in the United States, and here in California it affects 1 in 26 individuals, including tens of thousands of people in San Diego County. Many of us know someone on the autism spectrum. For me, it's my amazing daughter. I want every person living with autism and neurodiversity to have the same opportunities as anyone else. It benefits all of us to provide San Diegans with autism and other neurodiverse traits autonomy and opportunity in their lives. But here's the problem. People living with autism and neurodiversity are often overlooked or pushed to the side, exacting a great toll on them personally and our society as a whole. Thankfully, change is happening due to the grassroots organizing of San Diego's autism and neurodiverse community. A working group composed of several autism organizations met for months on end to develop new county policies that support autistic and neurodivergent workers. And last June, the Board of Supervisors voted to approve the community's recommendations to recruit neurodivergent individuals to work at the county, ensure county departments have the proper skills to interview, train, and support these members of our community, and set an example for other local employers to follow. That working group was made up of several fantastic organizations. One of those I'm excited to honor today, Autism Tree. The people at Autism Tree work tirelessly to support neurodivergent individuals and their families. Their daily work increases the understanding and acceptance of autism, folks on the autism spectrum. Each year, Autism Tree puts on over 200 community-based family events under its 19 programs. Each program engages the autism community through activities designed to build social confidence, language, and communication skills. Through this work, Autism Tree has created a grassroots network of support that helps countless San Diego families. I want to thank Autism Tree for their 20 years of service and advocacy for neurodivergent individuals and their families. Founders Dana and Todd Hoff and their son Garrett Hoff were instrumental in crafting and organizing our county neurodiversity workplace initiative. Garrett, who himself is on the autism spectrum, was an indispensable leader of this effort, who brought ideas, perspectives, and insights that we would not have had without him. This is how we create a more inclusive and equitable county. By uplifting voices from our communities, by creating space for people to advocate for themselves, and by following through with real changes to make lives better. So thank you, Autism Tree, for being a beacon of hope and a place to call home for so many San Diego families. And with that, I am honored to present this proclamation honoring Autism Tree's 20th anniversary. So be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that we commend Autism Tree for its 20 years of outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to uplifting the lives of San Diego County families and residents, and do hereby declare April 2023 as Autism Acceptance Month throughout San Diego County. And now I'd like to welcome Dana Hoff and John Hickey from Autism Tree to say a few words.
I'm incredibly grateful. The introductions covered so much ground. I started Autism Tree with my husband when my son Garrett was diagnosed at 2 years old, and I can just tell you this moment is an incredible honor to be here right now and just taking in that it's been 20 years. We've served thousands of families, we've served a generation, and because of Supervisor Tara Lawson and all of her staff, and really everyone here right now, this next generation has more hope than I could ever imagine 20 years ago. And I hope that we can all celebrate that most people know someone with autism, and if you don't, you will, or a lot of times it's just finding out that people don't normally bring it up unless you do. But it's incredibly exciting to know that the community is more present and aware and accepting, because last year we took in over 556 new families. Can you imagine if you Google what is the size of a large elementary school in California? It's on average 511 children. So we took in more children last year, new children with autism in San Diego County, than a large elementary school. But it doesn't stop there, because autism affects the whole family. So when you think about this, driving your child to school, our families are driving to many, many therapies, and then we're supporting as an organization the whole family. We do a lot with grandparents that are taking care of their children. So I just wanted to share with you that what really lights me up as the founder and executive director is that the team that's here with me right now, every step we take, every decision we make is led with love. And that's what I hope you feel from me today, if you feel anything, that if you have a family or someone in your community who is struggling and who is neurodiverse, that you know that our city is the first city in the United States ever taking on hiring a neurodiverse workforce. And I couldn't even be more excited, because we have hundreds of teenagers that want to go to work and want to go to college, but that we'll be here for you. And we don't have any hidden agenda. We don't charge our families. And we have 20 years behind us, and I feel like with more community support and the support that we're seeing from our county and the supervisors, that this generation is going to be the incredible generation that everyone is working with and living with and really growing from. So I think what I've learned as a person is that when we judge on any level, there's no growth. But when we can take time to understand, it's incredible what can happen. And I just want to say thank you for this moment.
picture here in a while.
Congratulations and thank you. The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond honoring National Agricultural Week. Accepting proclamation will be Mary Matava and Taylor Reese.
Good morning. With over 16,000 careers in $2.5 billion contributing to our local economy, farmers are San Diego's best-kept secret. Today, with Supervisor Jim Desmond, I'm very proud to recognize locally National Agricultural Day and with all our Board of Supervisors. Thank you to the San Diego County Farm Bureau, who represents and defends the interest of farmers in San Diego who work every day to feed us. Thank you for all your hard work. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Jim Desmond.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Supervisor Anderson, and good to see you, Mary and Taylor. This is Mary Matava of the San Diego County Farm Bureau President, and Taylor Reese, the San Diego County Farm Bureau County Manager. So I've always been a longtime supporter of the San Diego County Farm Bureau. My district, I'm going to brag about my district a little bit, but it goes from all the way from Oceanside to Borrego. We've got the most agriculture in our region, the most Indian tribes in our region, and over 2,100 miles, which is actually bigger than the state of Delaware. Farming is a very important industry, a job producer, and economic driver for our region. Supervisor Anderson mentioned it's a $1.2 billion industry, and 70% of the agriculture in San Diego County is in North County. San Diego County has over 3,500 small farms, which is more than any other county in America. And on a side note, today we're going to be voting later on the final phase of the Agriculture Pass. It's a pass that during fires and other disasters, owners of commercial livestock operations and crops and nurseries will have access to their properties sooner than the general public, but only when it's safe, so that they can get in and protect their properties and make sure that their businesses can continue to thrive. So we want to thank many of the hardworking farmers and ranchers throughout San Diego County whose honorable work is greatly appreciated, and for keeping the food and nursery industry here in San Diego County prosperous. You know, most of the plants and things like that you see that are at the big box stores, they're grown locally here. Those little cactuses, most of that is grown locally here in San Diego County. We export a lot of different crops and flowers and things like that, all grown here in San Diego County. And so the County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring the noblest ideas of public community service and in particular the San Diego Farm Bureau, which is one such worthy organization. So be it proclaimed by myself and Supervisor Anderson and all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 4th day of April 2023 that we do hereby commend the Agriculture Council of America and the San Diego County Farm Bureau for their vitality and important contributions to our nation's food supply and celebrate many of the agriculturalists throughout San Diego County, and do hereby proclaim today to be National Agriculture Day throughout San Diego County. So I'd like to present that proclamation. Oh, you already have one. I got the wrong one, sorry. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. You want to take, you want to speak, say a few words? Okay.
Thank you.
Found it.
All right, on behalf of the San Diego County Farm Bureau and all the farmers, ranchers, field and nursery workers, nursery operators, and everyone in between, we thank the Board of Supervisors for your continued support and for proclaiming this week National Agriculture Week throughout San Diego. To the people involved in the industry, farming is a 24/7, 365 days a year ordeal that carries the burden of many regulations and struggles. The San Diego County Farm Bureau has served our members and those in the agriculture community for over 100 years. We are proud to stand as the collective voice of local farmers and to celebrate this week in honor of them. Thank you again for recognizing the importance of our industry and its contribution to San Diego.
Thank you very much. Picture back here. All right, here you have to
The final proclamation will be given by Supervisor Anderson honoring recognition of the Armenian genocide.
Good morning. Hi, John. Hi, Kathy. How are you? Take your time. This morning, with a heavy heart, we recognize and remember the plight of the Armenian people against the systematic extermination of 1.5 million people. Every year while I served in the California legislature, we took time to honor those who had fallen during the Armenian genocide. The only way to stop history from repeating itself is for us to never forget. Today, I'm proud to stand with my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors in solidarity with the Armenian people. In this proclamation, let me just read, it says, "Be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim the 24th day of April as Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day throughout San Diego County, recognizing a tragedy that's long been denied." With that, I'd like to introduce John Dadian.
Wow, what a day. For you non-Armenians, you don't realize how important, emotional this is. Very briefly, let me say that my grandfather landed at Ellis Island. My father, who I'll celebrate his birthday tomorrow, has been gone for many years, but he would be ecstatic today. And finally, personally, I'd like to say to the entire Board of Supervisors and the board, this is especially very proud of your action today because I'm a former county employee. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you to the entire board, but especially to Supervisor Joel Anderson. I want to say very loudly, very clear, you are a true friend of the Armenian community. I would like to introduce the spiritual head of this community, the very Reverend Father Brzezikian.
Honorable Supervisors of the San Diego County, on behalf of the Armenian American community in the county of San Diego, the St. Sarkis Armenian Church, parish, and community, our local community leadership and leaders, as well as the Armenian diaspora, I would like to express our community's profound gratitude and appreciation to each of you for your decision to proclaim the 24th of April as Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day across San Diego County. Your collective decision is courageous and righteous and demonstrates your commitment to human rights, justice, and the recognition of historical truth. As we commemorate the 1.5 million innocent Armenian lives lost during the genocide committed by the Ottoman Turkish government, we also remember the importance of promoting healing, reconciliation, and education about the tragedy to prevent such atrocities from happening again. Your proclamation serves as a powerful reminder that we must never forget the lessons of the past, and that we must continue to work towards restorative justice for the victims as well as for the survivors and their descendants. The latter, to this very day, experienced transgenerational trauma due to the blatant state-sponsored policy of genocide denial pursued by the governments of Turkey and Azerbaijan. Over the past 4 months, the U.S. Department of State has publicly urged for the opening of the Artsakh borders, which is under blockade for over 110 days now. There is imminent threat of ethnic cleansing and genocide. To the people of Artsakh who are in these days fighting for their own freedom. Once again, we thank you for your unwavering commitment to human rights and justice, and for taking this important step towards recognizing the Armenian genocide. Your support means a great deal to our community, and we hope that together we can continue to work towards a better and brighter future. Thank you. I would like to invite our... Thank you.
Thank you so much. A San Diego County resident who was a leader in the Armenian community internationally, statewide, locally, and internationally, and will be in Armenia in a couple weeks. I'd like to introduce the leader here in our region, Kathy Kardashian. Sorry.
It's okay. Good morning, supervisors and all. As an Armenian American descendant of a genocide survivor, I stand before you today with a heavy heart and determined spirit. Our ancestors experienced unimaginable horrors during the Armenian genocide in 1915, losing loved ones and their homeland, which I never met my grandparents because of that. The struggles they faced and how their perseverance and resilience led them to survive and rebuild their lives again, driven from all over, from their homelands. They lived every corner of the world. The strength of the Armenian Christian culture, faith, and love of freedom has brought us here today. We urge everyone to take a stand for what they believe in and fight for peace and justice. I am going to go on a mission in 2 weeks with doctors group to help all those children that they were injured from the attack that Turks and Azeris did, which is very sad. I'm honored that the San Diego County Supervisors are recognizing the Armenian genocide today. Thank you.
And finally, a person of Armenian descent, the greatest district attorney in this country, Summer Stephan.
Thank you, John Dadian, my brother from another mother. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, Chair Nora Vargas, and especially Supervisor Joel Anderson for this recognition. As you know, I'm Summer Steffen, San Diego County's District Attorney, but I am also the product of the Armenian genocide that has made us more resilient and more in love with this country of freedom. Every single day I wake up and I think about my grandmother Therese, who was 9 years old in 1915 when her father and all the men in her family were massacred. And her mother, who was pregnant, herself, Therese, my grandmother, and her sister Mary were able to walk for miles. Along the way, her mother died, my great-grandmother, and my grandmother, Therese, at 9 years old, survived, roamed country to country until she arrived to the big democratic arms of the United States, this country that she loved. A great thing that happened in her life was when an Armenian-American, Governor Deukmejian, became the governor of California, and she celebrated that day. I remember that day with great joy for my grandmother. She never saw me become the elected district attorney from this earth, but I know she is watching me from heaven and reminding me every day that the first duty of society is justice, and we must safeguard it with everything that we have. Thank you.
I'd like to invite my colleagues, if they want to come down for the photo. I'd love to welcome you. This is a big deal for our home. I think they'll want us to step back this way.
You want this back?
I know. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson, for that wonderful recognition to our Armenian community and to all of the folks who were able to join us today. We're going to go ahead and proceed with non-agenda public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not on items on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. And just to clarify, we're eliminating public speaking to one minute only to discussion items. And so what that means is that you get 2 minutes for public communication. So reminder, according to Rule 4, members of the public are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments, which is 4 minutes. To better facilitate the meeting, we're going to have 5 speakers in person, 5 speakers via phone, and the rest of non-agenda public communication will be heard at the close of today's meetings. Clerk, please call the speakers.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 33 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 14 in person, and 19 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. As the Chairwoman indicated, we'll be hearing from the first 5 speakers. All the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'd like to invite 2 minutes for non-agenda public comment. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Jeff No Way, Kira, Michael Brando, Bryant Rumbaugh, and Alan C. If I've called your name, please come forward. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
My name is Jeff, and I'm calling for the immediate resignation of Nathan Fletcher. The scandal that broke is certainly serious enough to finally get him out. However, those of us that have been coming in here know very well that this incident is just the very tip of the iceberg. What's far more serious are his ties to the World Economic Forum and being responsible for locally rolling out their dystopian Agenda 21-2030. You see, in the end, nobody gets away with anything, Nora. Nobody. The lie of COVID to get people to willingly depopulate themselves with that deadly shot was colossal, crashing the economy, costing people their livelihoods, their lives, their children's lives. It is unconscionable. With the COVID portion of the global scheme well underway, we're now at the connived point where banks are intentionally being crashed and toxic train loads are being crashed everywhere. And the rest of you supervisors, along with Nathan, are regularly deploying your sly incrementalism, trying to confine those that survive the depopulation into Chinese-like 15-minute cities, with your license plate readers being deployed countywide, being sold as beneficial technology to catch crooks when it's just a tyrannical Trojan horse tool. We the people do not consent, Vu. Nathan is in the limelight now, but Nora, Jim, Tara, Joel, and staff, you all are equally to blame. You all are responsible for the rollout of this UN WEF agenda. And mark my words, ultimately you will not be successful. God wins this. Not the so-called God of this inverted world, but the Most High, the source within each of us. You each had better look deep within and course correct. May Nathan and each of you find your way while you still can, Joel.
Just a reminder, please, it's extremely important that we make sure that we're following the rules, and I'm going to ask that you give each of the speakers the opportunity to speak. Please, please, please. I'm asking you. I already gave you one warning. If you want to continue with those comments, you're going to second warning, and then you'll be asked to leave. So we're going to do this right. You each have 2 minutes to speak. You have the right to say whatever you want to say. This is non-agenda public comment, but I'm going to ask everyone to please, keep some civility. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
You're one to talk about civility, Nora. Thank you, Joel. Eye contact. Jim, Nora, if I could have your attention. Tara took off for the meeting because that's just what she does. She doesn't have to be accountable. My name's Kara. Joel, thank you. After stalking Ms. Figueroa's Instagram and sending fire emojis at her beach pics, he writes, "The day started so calm." She replies, "I know. How are you still up? You must be exhausted." "I just got home, had to teach a 3-hour class at UCSD. I'm all amped up from class and energy from students, and all home alone tonight." "Oh my God, I don't know how you do it," she says. As Fletcher pursued Figueroa, he pressed her to always delete their text conversations to cover his tracks. For example, he wrote, "Can you do me a favor and delete our chats? I would hate for someone to grab your phone," or "My staff has access to my account, so delete as we go," or "You are good to be 100% discreet, right?" On May 2nd, 2022, Fletcher slid into Ms. Figueroa's DMs again with, "I'm 100% for trying to find things in life that make you happy and feel good and fun." She replies, "Peruvian food should continue to be on the list." "It is," he says, "and with you. Just have to find the right setting, like in a closet or something." "Ha ha," she giggles. "I have a closet. No one would see us there." On May 12, 2022, Fletcher asked Ms. Figueroa to visit him at his hotel. He told her his wife was out of town and he'd only be in the hotel for another 2 weeks and he wanted to see her before returning home. Around 8:30, he informed her that he put his 2 children to bed and was feeling a bit impulsive and wanted Ms. Figueroa to visit him, but only after 10 when his taxpayer-funded private security was off duty. Again stating, please make sure you delete our chats. I'm feeling a bit impulsive. I'm on the 16th floor. Not many people take the stairs. I have to be rushed. Deal not until after 10. What kind of beer do you like? Then December 5th, he writes, I could ditch security guys to go for a late night walk, but couldn't be gone for too long. Then at the very end of the year, he says, Happy New Year, mi amor. Here's to a 2023 where all our desires come true. Don't reply. I'll see you in 2023.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Now. Michael, wow, we've talked about this for 2 years. And, you know, everyone's on the bash Nathan Fletcher bandwagon, and understandably so. That's completely understandable. But this right here, you see this? Nora, you're looking down. See, that's why, like Oliver Twist says, we need a split camera. She's completely ignoring me. Your name needs to be on this, Nora, too. Jim Desmond, you too. You've made a complete fool of yourself by going on, yeah, you can do your little smug thing. See, we need the split camera to see how you and Nathan Fletcher for the last 2 years have been giggling and heckling the audience. Why people think you're some kind of wholesome Christian. You're not. We understand all this. You know, for people that don't come to these meetings, they don't really understand what goes on here. If they did, they know about this. Have you, any of you ever talked about this? No, you haven't. Nick Machione, you haven't. Have you ever talked about this? Behind the green mask? No. No, because you don't care. You know, it's really not so much your fault because people in their imagination believe you have the right to do all the things you do, and you don't. You don't. The only reason you're able to move forward, progress forward, as Nora Vargas loves to say, is because people aren't paying attention. They don't understand themselves, and they don't understand the bigger picture of what's going on. I recommended this to Helen a while back, and here we are with Nathan. I'm not diagnosing him. I'm just saying malignant self-love, narcissism revisited, narcissists, psychopaths, and abusive relationships. The House of Gonzalez Fletcher.
Next speaker, please.
All right, Brian Rumbaugh. So, Jim, first thing I want to say is I did appreciate getting the chance to meet with you a week ago. It was actually great that you gave me a little bit of extra time. I am glad that I get 2 minutes here, because I'll be honest with you, if I only had 1 minute, then I certainly would accelerate my, my education of you. And when I say that, I simply mean 1 minute is not enough to get me, to get this message across to you. Megan really did a good job, I felt, of listening, you as well. I do understand that you are not perfect, okay? There was one perfection that walked this earth, okay? I had a discussion with a gentleman this morning. He was the same guy, John. He gave this last proclamation. It was really interesting learning about him. He's a lobbyist. I did learn that he's a former county employee. He actually blames the citizenry for not being engaged. Curious, you know, where that logical loop, because that really flies in the face of what's on the outside of this building. There are a lot of people in our country who are really scared. To be honest with you, they're out of their mind scared, okay? I've had 2 people tell me in the last 3 months that they wanted to see Fauci hang by his testicles. Actually, one of them said at the Supreme Court, or the steps of the Capitol. And I apologize for not shutting off my phone there. Ultimately, Jim, you know, as I move forward with you, I did tell you that you did draw the short straw, okay? But you can flip that around, and you can make that a good thing for us, okay? It's certainly not obvious that you weren't expecting me to come in there and literally just tell you that your job would be to sit there and listen, and you did do a good job with that. Whether it made any sense to you at all, that's perfectly fine. It will at time. You know, wisdom is pretty much the marriage between understanding and knowledge, okay? We can do better. You guys are a reflection of our society.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, LNC. It's been a while since I've been down here. Let me talk about stolen valor as a retired military. When he pointed out PTSD, how long has he been sitting at that chair, Ms. Vargas? 4 years since he left the military. He got a cush job through Randy June Cunningham. He didn't serve on the front line. And now you're using stolen valor of our honored military. That is wrong. How many more will come across and claim lawsuits because he did hanky-panky or somebody half his age, could have been his daughter? As other people mentioned, yes, he needs to step down. I take it deeper. He needed to step down the moment Lorena Gonzalez, his wife, became the lead of the union, the entire state. That is conflict of interest. To every vote to give the union money, that was conflict of interest. So yes, he needs to step down now. So what do we do go forward? He claims he's going to leave May 15th. I think not. He will stay until he sucks up all our taxpayers, our funds, to handle multiple lawsuits, not just for his daughter, this woman half his age could have been his daughter, but for every woman who comes forward, an opportunity lawsuit. But what do we do? As much money is being wasted, what do you do now? Please do not appoint anybody. The only people who can select the next district supervisor will be the good people up north, the people who live in that district. Because of all qualifications, you only have one qualification, is to serve the people you represent. Not by your college, not by your unions, not by anything else. Please see my email, I elaborate on that, because it is wrong what's been happening. But right now, as a taxpayer, I see an impasse, 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. Now we work together to bring in what you need, Nora, we bring what you need, Joe, pass on to her what she needs for her district, because your #1 priority over everything else is to represent your people. I yield back.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, it's Jim. So Nathan Fletcher should not be the one to lead his own process of stepping down in disgrace. We should not live on the terms of the corrupt. His rotten reign is over starting now. So many of us have called him out for years. Right on, Kira, Jeff, Audra, Consuelo, Michael, Mark. Now it has caught up with Fletcher. Sweeping this under the carpet will not work. Having taxpayers pay for his rehab or retirement is ludicrous. His childhood or his reported PTSD does not excuse his cheating or lying. And all the grandstanding by Jim Desmond or any other after-the-fact, holier-than-thou bystanders will not fix any destruction that board members have brought to this county. The truth will catch up to all of you in time. It will catch up to all of us in time. And that is both good news and bad news, depending on how much we truly stand in truth and how much we actively consider others outside of our own self-interest. We are all done with Board of Supervisors' obvious self-interest. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next speaker.
Good morning. At the March 14th meeting, a warning about using hate speech was delivered just before the people in opposition spoke on the anti-Semitic thing. It was prejudging them. All they did was, for whatever reason, often people have stuff to say on both sides of an issue, but for whatever reason, they chose to turn in a red speaker slip rather than a green one. Any of the speakers on this item, pro or con, could conceivably give hate speech, demeaning an individual. In addition, one of the online speakers said, quote, "I would like to remind you guys that the shooter who attacked the place in Poway was on your ideological side," unquote. Now, this is hate speech. Don't know why no one pressed the mute button, Andrew. And it was reprehensible that the chair issued a warning to my wife, who was objecting to being slandered. In Rule 4M, the county adopts the Code of Civil Discourse from the National Conflict Resolution Center. You should post copies of this at both entrances to the chambers and at the chamber person's seat, or maybe as a screensaver to mitigate this back and forth about hate speech. And there are a few agenda items that aren't consolidated with the main agenda, by the way, but the sitting time is listed as the same. This is a disservice for those who want to show up and speak just on these issues. They should not have to wait to speak on these one issue. But there should be it.
We'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Nora Vargas. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a parent of 3 adult sons, and I work on good public health policy and land use decisions at my county planning group. I came today to ask the Board of Supervisors support for an important proposed bill pending in Sacramento, AB 1207, entitled Cannabis Child Candy Protection Act. Proposition 64 stated that marijuana products would not be designed to be appealing to children. Inexplicitly, regulations have weakened rather than enforced these protections. The state failed to put into place systems to assess and prevent marijuana products from being attracted to children or to resemble conventional candy or food typically marketed to kids. AB 1207 would clarify
We lost connection for a moment there. Give me a minute to dial back in. I think we...
We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break because we're having some technical difficulties, and so I want to make sure that everybody who called, who is waiting to speak, has an opportunity to speak. So 5-minute break, and we'll be right back as soon as we fix it. All right, we're back. First and foremost, thank you to our callers for their patience. We had technical difficulties, but we're back on track, so we're going to turn it over to the clerk.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Diane Grace. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. As a parent and after spending countless hours on parent and community boards, I am well aware of the unfortunate health outcomes, especially mental health issues, that marijuana use causes for youth and young adults. I am associated with a national association, One Chance to Grow Up, which is concerned that the budgeting public health crisis is only getting started regarding drug addiction, and that lawmakers need to rein in the for-profit addiction industries like the sale of tobacco, marijuana, and CBD products. The marijuana industry has millions of dollars to spend on lobbying for policies that benefit their industry. As a voice for protecting kids, the problem is we don't have profits from an industry to finance our work to prevent these predatory businesses. I wonder if all we really comprehend what are the consequences of having marijuana storefronts in our county with its pervasive signage and advertising. This visibility and promotion threatens, sabotages, and diverts the lives of young people who may well decide that an acceptable form of relaxation, diversion, or digression is getting high. Good health is precious, and the county should only involve themselves in those business activities that will enhance good health, especially mental health, and marijuana businesses only worsen mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Barbara Gordon. I'm here today as a public health advocate. I wanted to share the research from UC San Francisco showing that smoking marijuana produces a dangerous level of particulate matter. Inhaling heated marijuana products, the level is a dangerous particulate matter that are equal to those seen in conventional tobacco cigarettes. I urge this board to not consider marijuana lounges in the county. The CDC Office on Smoking and Health released a new report on secondhand smoke, which examines air quality in Las Vegas casinos. And the name of the report was titled, "What Happens in Vegas Stays in Your Lungs." The report concluded that prohibiting smoking is the only way to prevent the harms of secondhand smoke. As the ventilation experts have repeatedly said, there is no ventilation system that can protect workers and guest health. Again, I urge this board to recognize the health risk to workers and customers if you allow consumption lounges in the county. And I recognize that these consumption lounges will contribute to secondhand smoke exposure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes, statements, and proceedings for the regular Board of Supervisors meeting on March 14, 2023, the special meetings of March 6, 2023, March 7, 2023, March 8, 2023, and March 25, 2023, and the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority meetings of February 7, 2023, and March 14, 2023. Is there a motion to approve?
Yes. So moved.
We have a motion, and is there a second?
Happy to second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Are you voting, sir?
I'm sorry. Minutes. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
All right, we will now proceed with the formation of our consent calendar. Items 122 and In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, item Members of the, item number 1, members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors will pull the items they would like for discussion. I'll turn to the clerk to make a few statements for the record.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. I'd like to note item 1 on the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority agenda includes approval of the revised employment agreement with the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority Executive Director. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, prior to taking final action, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of a recommendation for a final action on the salary or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of local agency executives. If item 1 is approved on consent, the executive director's biweekly salary will increase to $6,419.85. With that noted in the record, this item may remain on consent. Also note that item 10 has been pulled for a discussion item at the request of the Chief Administrative Officer. That's item 10 is being pulled for discussion.
Okay. All right, with that, Supervisor Anderson?
I have nothing to pull. However, I'd like to mention in item 20 what a great job County Council did. I was deeply concerned that we didn't have a law enforcement tool that could be used to prevent illegal cannabis deliveries. And Council was able to confirm that it was put into the motion as requested. So just kudos to Council and staff.
Thank you. Is that a motion, sir?
That is a motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few comments, nothing really to pull. First of all, on item 4, this is the emergency medical services. I want to say thank you very much to county staff, for the fire staff and safety staff for bringing this forward. I'm glad to see that Borrego is going to continue to receive a high level of service, and thank you for ensuring the availability of emergency medical services and ambulance service in our rural communities. On consent item number 11, this one is protecting tribal lands from sexually violent predators. You know, I think no community should have to live in the fear of sexually violent predators. They're the worst of the worst. To be classified by the state as a sexually violent predator, a person must be convicted of a violent sex crime and be diagnosed with a condition that makes that person likely to reoffend. Rincon Chairman Bo Mazzetti asked us to bring this item forward in support of Senator Jones' SB 832 to prevent sexually violent predators from being placed within 5 miles of tribal lands. SB 832 will elevate public safety to the top in considerations when placement of these sexually violent predators. Too often, these sexually violent predators are placed in unsuspecting communities with very little input once that decision is made. SB 832 would also demand transparency from the Department of State Hospitals, and they should look into their own properties and state prison properties for placement for these sexually violent predators. Many of our rural and Indian lands do not have the level of law enforcement needed to ensure the safety of these communities from these sexually violent predators. It's especially timely, as it was just recently ruled within the last couple of weeks. Another sexually violent predator, Douglas Badger, is going to be placed out in Borrego Springs, their second for a very small community. Douglas Badger was diagnosed with schizophrenia disorder and sexual sadism disorder. He's been convicted of several offenses, including child molestation and kidnapping, and he's being placed in a neighborhood. It's extremely disappointing to hear that he's going to be placed in Borrego Springs, but hopefully legislation like SB 832, it's not going to cure everything, but it's hopefully going to keep sexually violent predators away from disadvantaged communities in the future, but at least away from tribal lands with this item here today. So I would second Supervisor Anderson's motion. However, I do want to register a no vote on the cannabis ordinance tax on item 20. So Andrew, if you could do that. Thank you very much.
No comments, and yeah, happy to support.
Thank you. The only item I wanted just to mention is I want to really thank the Friends of the Library for their support and work, particularly for our little libraries that we have been able to expand throughout the county. Their kind donations and cash donations received have really, and the donation matching program from the library fund total, I think, about $127,000. And it just really is so wonderful to see that commitment for those, those programs. So thank you to our county libraries and everyone else. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 23 requests to speak on items on the consent calendar, 10 in person and 13 requesting to speak by phone. As a reminder, item 10 has been pulled from the consent calendar for discussion, so any members of the public that requested to speak on that item, please hold your comments until the board discusses that item. We'll receive public testimony on that item separately. Any members of the public that requested to speak on the remaining items on the consent calendar, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor. I'll ask you to please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Bo Mazzetti, Oliver Twist, Catherine Rhodes, and Paul Henkin. If I've called your name, please come forward, and I'll ask you to please identify which item on the consent calendar you are speaking about.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I wanted to speak on 2 items. The first was item 11, the tribal lands, and the other one is 21 communications received. And for 21 communications received, this is one of the documents I really like. This is your communications received, but you forgot to put the HTML link so that we could actually read whatever everything is. So what I'm going to ask of the clerk to put in not just the PDF portion of it, but the HTML portion of it so that the links could work, so I could know what are your, like in this document here you have, what are your new lawsuits you have. I can't link to them and see what they are because the links don't work. So if you could make that change. And then the next thing I wanted to talk about was protecting tribal lands from sexually violent predators. So I went to Sanjust and I looked at this area right here by Otay right here. This is, the second Otay thing. This area right here in gray is institutional. You, the County Board of Supervisors, own hundreds and hundreds of acres. In this area right here, you own it. It is yours. It is right next to the prison and the detention centers. So what I'm recommending for the sexually violent predators is you put them next to the institutions. That way we can have an eye on them. Instead of putting them, let's say, in the hotel, or having the parole officers putting in hotels, why don't we have tiny homes in areas that you own already? You could do this today. Please do this. Please think about this. And for Michael Vu, look and confirm that all this document, a lot of hundreds of acres in this gray area in institutions is available for you right now. So what I would like to have is all the sex offenders, everybody who doesn't have a place to live because a lot of them are homeless, you put them right here. You can keep an eye on them at least, when they're here. So please look into it. Thank you so much.
Could you send, Madam Chair, just real quick.
Give me a second.
Could you send that map to my office?
Excuse me. Hold on one second. Catherine, I just want to make sure that your request for just feel free to send that directly to our clerk, and we'll make sure that we follow up. And then just a reminder, to stay on topic. That way you can speak longer on the issue that you wanted to speak on, and then any item that is a non-agenda item, we can talk about it separately, okay?
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bo Mazzetti, chairman of the Rincon Band of Luiseño Indians. I'm also president of the Southern California Tribal Chairmen's Association, and I'm chairman of the California Tribal Chairpersons Association. Chair Vargas, members of the board, I seek and hope you will support this common sense bill. What we're asking for our people, our reservations were put out the furthest areas you could find away from the developing towns and cities at the time. They didn't want the Indian people around the women and children of these developing cities. That's why we're where we are. Supervisor Anderson's district is a good example of where Acumba where there's a lot of these individuals placed. What's right around Jacumba? Campo Reservation, Manzanita Reservation, La Posta. We don't have the legal, the law enforcement out there. Our sheriff is great, Kelly Martinez, in our case. But we just don't have the patrolling and the safety factors that other areas have. I'm asking you to do the right thing. Don't place the most violent, rejected people from your society out in our area, around us. We asked for this buffer, which is not much. 5 miles is not much. But we ask for you to support this. Thank you. Again, Senate Bill 832, the SAFE Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. Oliver Twist here. First, thank you for bringing this item forth. This is exactly the kind of innovative strategy we need to better protect our communities. It is sad that California legislators and bureaucrats have chosen to apex the rights of predators over the rights of children to be safe in their own neighborhoods. The Prison Grounds Trailer Program absolutely needs to be brought back. But until that time, I commend you for your forward thinking and ways to shield innocents from sexually violent predation. I also encourage you to to add buffers for state and national parks, as well as Bureau of Land Management jurisdiction. Again, thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for leading boldly and proactively in bringing this important item forward. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers on the consent calendar. Alan C., Mark Consuelo, Mike Borello, Sandra Martinez, and Michael Brando. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Let's say 5 competitive solicitations for enhanced services for
Mr.
youth.
Henkin, if you could please state your name for the audio.
Paul Henkin. I thought everyone knew me. This program is a good idea. However, we should know if it is budget buster. A statement that there are no direct fiscal costs is not good enough when the board can estimate the cost. Number 6, acceptance of tobacco grant program funding. Sounds good, but the title had an A in tobacco. What is tobacco with an A? And then the equity statement goes off the deep end when it starts talking about how many blacks own homes, are poor, and have served in the military. And then you once again contradict your equity rant by saying today's actions support the County of San Diego's sustainability goal number 4 to protect the health and well-being of everyone in the region. Maybe you need someone to proof the agenda for contradictory statements. But I think opposing tobacco is a good idea. Let's say ordinances should be on discussion, not consent. Number 3, the military equipment thing. Before blindly approving an ordinance permitting the equipment use policy, some thought should be given to how many jail deaths, unnecessary detentions, and use of excessive force, and I'm talking about Audra, by the way, how much the Sheriff Department has caused, and whether we should give it carte blanche automatically to use whatever military equipment it can get in whatever way it wants, costing how many millions? And by the way, I'm not talking about only the equipment, I'm talking about the lawsuits. The gifts to the Polinsky Center. Oh, my time's up.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Outstanding.
Not enough time. Mark. Youth diversion. Which crimes? Auto theft, $1,000 or under store theft. There wasn't enough information given about which non-violent, non-sexual crimes would be diverted. 3, militarization of our police is against Posse Comitatus Act. It's very serious and unconstitutional. 7, Mullis won the 1993 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for his invention of the PCR test. Mullis said, the PCR test, if you do it well, you can find almost anything in anybody. Mullis once said in a public address, if you can amplify one single molecule up to something you can really measure, which is something you can do, so that could be thought of as a misuse of it, end quote. In an interview, Mullis claimed that the president of the University of Southern California invited Dr. Fauci, the director of National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, to debate Mullis, but Fauci declined. Mullis said, these guys like Fauci get up and start talking. He doesn't know anything really about anything, and I would say that to his face, nothing. The man thinks you can take a blood sample and stick it in an electron microscope, and if there's a virus in there, you'll know it. He doesn't understand electron microscopy, and he doesn't understand medicine, and he should not be in a position like he's in. I'm not gonna have enough time. There are some papers here. This one is on BitChute. I'm sorry, the R got disconnected. People can look these titles up on bitchute.com or on YouTube. There's other videos. They've made sure that we don't have time for me to tell you about all this stuff. Here's an important one that would teach your 5th grader about the World Bank in 15 minutes. You can start at 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Here's another one. Okay, all of you do your homework.
Next speaker, please.
Yeah, Mark. Hi, I'm Sandra Martinez, and I'm talking on number 7, which is to create more PCR testing under the guise of goodness and health, especially for Candida auris, which is a fungal infection in some people. This is another typical, justified by spreading misinformation to create fear. The fear propaganda words like potentially and may are already being used regarding this. The data set to create the fear is based on an entire 12 people. If you folks understand PCR testing, let's say there are 30,000 pieces in a sequence, so that's 30,000 numbers. And PCR testing looks at 30 numbers and decides it must be those 30,000 numbers in order. That is not how the real world works. You cannot take 30 things and say, oh, it's going to mean these 30,000 things. It does not work that way, and it doesn't work in PCR testing. So the government is pushing the same unscientific rhetoric of asymptomatic transmission, PCR testing, and the need for surveillance. If the numbers truly are increasing and there is drug resistance, then why doesn't anyone ever address the problem? The problem comes from overuse of fungicides in agriculture causing resistance, the weakened immune systems of people, and the overuse of antibiotics. That's how you solve this problem, not doing more government intervention on testing. Testing doesn't solve anything. It's simply another way bad science and bad medicine is making false fear to ensure government control healthcare in people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
So Mike Borello also speaking to agenda item number 7. So on 7, I do support that you're looking at competitive bids. We should be trying to save money. But what I want to comment is the information on Candida auris. So San Diego's had, I guess, 12 cases now. Sandra just mentioned that. But worldwide, if you take the numbers and you plot them over time, you'll see that they skyrocket in 2020. They're just skyrocketing. So in that same period of time, in the fall of 2020, Du et al. Published an article or a paper, quote, "The reasons behind the recent emergence of fungus remains a mystery to date." What changed epidemiologically in the environment over that period? You listening, Nick? Instead of playing on your phone? So the January Cochrane Review investigated efficacy of masks and found they don't do a damn thing stopping transmission of pathogens. But they did not address the question of masks as a source of infection. Candida occurs naturally in the lungs. The upper airways of the lungs is a fact. Curiously, literature since 2020 is devoid of any studies exploring masks associated with the uptick in C. auris infection. So I allege the incessant use of masks in healthcare environments degrades hygiene, increasing nosocomial infections. What you need to do, Nick, is you need to write a cease and desist for Scripps and Sharp and tell them to stop using the damn masks. The other thing on sexual predators, just send them all to San Clemente Island. It might not be fair to the goats, but sure, sure help us out.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Alan C. You notice I pulled some color paper over there, some beautiful printouts. Every meeting I go to, I had to write down all the agenda items. Please, can we start making little handouts so it's easier to follow along instead of me writing this garbage? Please, have it on here, the agenda items, so the public can actually use something to refer to as they speak. Okay. Multiple agenda items. I asked you to please look at my email. I notified Fox News. I notified LA Times. I notified San Francisco Chronicle. You've seen my email. So the world knows what you guys are doing as far as how we're going to replace Fletcher. So do the right thing here. So, okay, anyways. Multiple items, lousy 2 minutes. Every item is important. Every item should be allowed 2 minutes apiece. Every other board does this except this one. And Sandag, because our famous Chair Vargas runs both of them. So I'm going to go to a few that I can. Of course, the big one is SVP on tribal land. I mentioned before, we actually got a unanimous vote to take the bastards, sexual predators, away from homeschooling. The thank you board for doing that. Now we want to vote to keep them off tribal land. Why not every home? Why not every neighborhood? Because the bastards, the worst of worst criminals, should not get a free home for life funded by the taxpayers. Do the right thing, take this forward, and defund Liberty Health. Call every county supervisor, get them involved too, because the worst of criminals, them bastards, need to belong in a trailer home for an adult in prison. So the guards, when they come on duty, come off duty, they say, hello, how you doing today, sir? Fine. That's how you're going to monitor them. But by giving them a free home for life, you're basically giving the worst of criminals a free home, and that is wrong. Not even the government homes, as the other lady said. Not a home, put them in the damn trailers. Look at every one of these like cannabis. I got a thing to talk about cannabis later on concerning homeless. Chair Vargas, please let me allow that because it's so important what's happening down at school, down at Harborside behind Walmart, down in Chula Vista. I yield back.
Next speaker, please. A final call from Michael Brando.
Speaking on conflicts of interest and sexual predators.
Can you please state your name?
Consuelo, sinners judging sinners for sinning differently, the most foolish species on the planet. You care more about a man's extramarital affairs instead of him violating his oath, his office of oath. You care more about his personal family issues than you do about his injustices that have gone on in these chambers for years. You had absolutely not a fucking thing to say about his criminal actions of having a non-threatening woman be assaulted at his command under his orders on November 15th. You care more about a Hollywood scripted political scandal than you do about how he and the others on this board have conducted county business with conflicts of interest galore. You didn't care about how he and the rest of them almost entirely destroyed our county. It's still in shambles. You don't care that he is a member of the World Economic Forum, but you give a fuck about who his phalanges are fiddling someone's private. Saw a post, it read, mission complete. Fletcher's not a mission. He's a drop in the fucking bucket. The mission is ending homelessness, standing up to injustice, exposing that we are all slaves to a tyrannical system that was designed to keep us down and under their order. So how about the mission B, exposing that the whole fucking system is a racket. This scandal is just another charade to deflect from something even bigger, but you're all so easily manipulated and distracted to even see it. Fletcher's just another pawn playing his part for the elite. A creep, but a clever man playing it sloppy on purpose. The very few are paying paying close attention, no, he's just another sacrificial lamb. The media who sell the bullshit, holding press conferences and interviews with people, some of whom I've never once seen in these chambers, yet are calling for his resignation. The snakes and the fakes turning on each other, all to save face, to keep their trust of their gullible status slave supporters. These fork-tongued snakes portray themselves as self-righteous and ethical, along with the phony baloney activists wishing him well on Sunday, then
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up.
And the system is collapsing.
Next speaker, please.
I used the name Michael. Big picture first. Wow, 20 items except minus 10, number 10, on the consent calendar. You know, if that stayed like that, I would have 6 seconds to speak on each item. 6 seconds to speak on each item. Wow, so looking at all the items together, let's talk about what this is all about. Systemic lies, systemic gaslighting, systemic blame shifting, a systemic act of censorship, and it's also structural lies, structural gaslighting, structural blame shifting, all in an attempt to own and control others. Again, people hand their power over to you. For the life of me, I don't know why they do it. Hey, Jim. Hey, Jim. Related to all this, I do want to say thank you for this, okay? I do appreciate Jim Desmond coming forward and saying this. However, I am going to stay with my original position that I don't trust you. Why? Because I've watched you over the last 2.5 years giggling and carrying on with Nathan. So I heard you say at an event with Peggy Hall, you weren't there with her, but you were at an event with Peggy Hall, yes, you were, at the Village restaurant. And I remember you saying, well, I'm a politician. And the energy on which that statement was riding, I'm a politician, it almost conveyed that excuses all the crazy things that you do. Wow. All these items have to do with this children's book. Nick, you're involved too with the World Health Organization, all of that, all the nonsense you promote. This is a children's book from 1994, Michael Vu, that says a children's edition of Agenda 21. Agenda 21. Most of the population, Sarah, have no idea what that is.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Kevin Stevenson. Now, I would actually like to speak in opposition to item 11, not because of what you're thinking. I don't want dangerous sexual predators harming children by any means. I just don't like the motivation. I don't like this push for a tough on crime surveillance state, carceral state that Republican politicians and some Democratic politicians, to be fair, typically call for. I don't like the enablement of the Karenization of our society. I don't like how it's always the most unhinged Karens who tend to dictate who can and can't go into their neighborhoods. I think, statistically speaking, Trump supporters, Trump voters are just as dangerous as pedophiles, as we saw with January 6th. And yet we don't see people telling them they can't go to certain neighborhoods. Just saying. But also, I have a word, rehabilitation. When do we consider rehabilitation? Are people not people? Can they not realize what they did was screwed up? And after they pay their debt to society over several years, like, can they not halfway ease back into society? Like, yeah, absolutely. Keep them inside a house and have, cops watching every move, keep them away from kids, by all means. I want neighborhoods to be safe too, but this idea that, oh, they have to stay in like a maximum security prison for the rest of their days, no. That makes them bigger sociopathic monsters, and that makes them a bigger threat to society than they already are. So I get that people mean...
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Kevin.
Good morning, Mark Wilcox here. We are back for the third time to look at a marijuana tax, item 20. I can only guess at the amount of staff time and resources, i.e. county money, our money, that has been spent on this item. In the board letter, it suggests that marijuana businesses will provide opportunities for economic growth and development to all individuals and the community, end quote. And yet the diverse and committed county planning groups that meet monthly, care about their area and its residents, have never asked for pot businesses in their region as such an opportunity. We don't want marijuana storefronts, manufacturing, culturalization, or lounges in the unincorporated county, whether you tax them or not. We do want the county to spend its time and resources on our children who need internet access, expanded hours at county libraries, clean county parks, and county community centers. Then we really will have opportunities for economic growth and development to all individuals and the community, and assist our children to thrive in a county live well goal. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Barbara Gordon, item 20. I want to speak from a taxpayer's perspective. It's essential that the tax revenue collected from the marijuana businesses cover all regulatory costs involved. The county must identify all the government activities required from oversight to enforcement. Taxes collected need to address all known problems regarding the impact to the community from marijuana use. I urge the board to recognize the potential health impacts of marijuana. The tax revenue must cover the mitigating impacts on youth use and the problems associated with addiction. Then data from Sandag recognizes marijuana is the #1 drug found in juvenile arrestees. It is vital that a regulatory tax rate consider the total cost so that taxpayers are not subsidizing this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm speaking on item number 20. I support a tax on marijuana businesses. However, the rate that the board has chosen of 2% is too low and very misleading. And I see from the staff report that this tax is not earmarked in any way. All tax proceeds will be placed into the general fund. I find it unfortunate that the staff report describes the stakeholders at the stakeholders meetings where participants talked about how the tax could be best utilized. However, none of those suggestions were incorporated into the plan for this tax. Many of us thought that the tax would be utilized on enforcement efforts that would reduce the unpermitted pot marketplace. So as a rural county resident, we should not be deluding ourselves to think that there is any real attempt to harness the illegal pot market, as this low tax rate is with this ordinance suggests. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board. Kathleen Lippett here. Marijuana
is the third most commonly used drug in the U.S. after tobacco and alcohol. Evidence has mounted exponentially over its health, mental, and behavioral risks, particularly for adolescents and young adults. Its negative impacts and contributions must be acknowledged. It's difficult to assert that the county is proactively addressing child abuse when it simultaneously supports the drug most recognized as associated with child abuse and neglect. Increasing commercial marijuana use, abuse, and addiction makes the communities in which the children grow less safe. Pro-marijuana policies are not supportive of parents, but they challenge them to protect their own children from initiating and abusing high THC products. The increased brain damage, potential permanent loss of IQ, lasting cognitive effects, mental health problems, suicide, psychiatric disorders, depression, anxiety, increased career and relationship problems, especially among adolescents and youth, should be acknowledged. Befriending the marijuana industry has brought political corruption, influence, crime, and addiction. And treating this industry not just the same as community-friendly businesses, but better, has allowed it to grow at the expense of the public good. Behavioral health problems have grown in parallel. The board's influence, support, and collaboration with this private for-profit drug industry has blinded it to its diminishing returns, unintended consequences, and negative externalities. Worst of all, suborn the county's responsibilities to enhance the lives of residents and protect public lands. Please treat this industry and make it accountable for its harms. Don't support it. It doesn't need a tax reduction. Thank you for.
Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, this is Peggy Walker, and I speak in opposition to item 20 as well. From a taxpayer standpoint, this rate is irresponsibly and ridiculously low and should be raised. The purpose of taxes on addictive products like alcohol, tobacco, and marijuana is to discourage unhealthy behavior, cover regulatory costs, and address social costs. They charge for harm to the public good. This proposed tax raises a minimum of revenue while ignoring the significant harm a Schedule I drug can have on the physical and mental health of residents, the cost to treat those issues, and the negative impact these businesses have on quality of life. Because these tax revenues will go to the county general fund, there is no guarantee they will be used to cover the necessary regulatory, law enforcement, and compliance costs to fully protect residents in the rural areas, let alone social costs. We've already heard law enforcement is stretched in some county areas. Prop 64 did not bind our allegiance to the growth, manufacture, and distribution of high-potency THC products. I oppose their expansion into our rural areas. Prop 64 allowed personal possession and promised hefty tax revenues, which is now a failed promise. If you are going to press this, rural communities and residents are on the losing end of this low tax rate, while peddlers of addictive high-potency THC products are the winners. There should be a higher tax at the least, and better yet, there should be no expansion of these businesses into our rural county areas. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Username Audra. I'm going to speak on as many as I can because you guys are ridiculous. You want to identify unknown DNA that will employ forensic genetic genealogy methods to identify suspects and build local expertise. So you're going to be using, what, 23andMe or things that people gave their DNA up to then search for people because you can't just have a sample to compare that to. So are you going to be taking it from everybody going in jail? Who knows? In the Sheriff's Department, the fact that you guys have 15 different categories of military weapons to use against the people is terrifying, because these aren't things that you need right now, that there's some kind of threat when you guys actually see the people as a threat. That's why you want to use these, and it's not good, because you also want to take our guns, so that's a way that you can come and do that. Also, the probation for juvenile justice reform. Don't trust you guys in what you teach kids in schools or anywhere else. I mean, all you're going to be doing is teaching them your woke ideologies and just destroying their, psyche. And then this tobacco grant, I find it interesting that you care that if people sell tobacco to minors. It's so weird, because you're like, you could get a sex change, but you know what? You cannot smoke tobacco. Okay, we don't want it being sold to you, so we're going to punish those people. It's ridiculous. And then you want to do the whole PCR test for infectious diseases that aren't even available, around. You guys shut down the county when there were no cases of COVID. So the fact that you want to use this to prevent the spread of disease, I don't trust you as far as I could throw you, Nora. And then let's see, the semi-annual report. So the library, you're going to probably put a bunch of pornographic books in that library. And the fact you want to protect tribal lands from sexually violent predators, that's nice. But as other people said, you should be doing it from everywhere. The fact that these people can get 2 to 3 times paid market rent for them to live somewhere is absolutely ridiculous. They're continued offense.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth. Item 2, Helen's approving Summers $500,000 in federal debt dollars via grant from the U.S. Department of Injustice. Item 3, the sheriffs are going to protect us with drones, robots, armored vehicles, flashbang grenades, 40mm launchers, LRADs, and machine guns. Item 6 is over $1.6 million in state debt dollars because tobacco. Item 7 is the Becton-Dixon MAC system for more faulty PCR testing by the county's public health lab for $645,000. It was only approved under EUA. And in 2021, the CDC had an article entitled False Positive Results for the BD MAC system. Item 11 implements SB 832, which hasn't even passed yet. But until the fraudulent motel voucher program is ended, I can't believe anyone involved actually cares about victims. Item 12, Nora is changing the calendar because of Nathan's lying butt. Also copying the federal government and adding Juneteenth as a county holiday, even though that day had no effect anywhere outside of Galveston. Items 13 to 16 are the supervisors spending over $2.1 million, including $30,000 to Via International, who pushes the UN Sustainable Development Goals, $20,000 to South County Economic Development Council, of which Nora is on the Dignitary Council, conflict of interest, over $96,000 to the Fallbrook Regional Health District, which pushes the toxic COVID clot shot, and $70,000 to the YMCA in Santee, when they've already got a single-use stall for transgender people. This is a compromiser, sneaky deal that I knew would come to allow men to shower with girls and women. Gotcha, Joel. Items 18 and 19 are more conflict of interest codes, which none of these supervisors are ethically qualified to vote on. Item 20 is the tax war on drugs to steal over $1.8 million a year. And item 22, Nathan's picks should all be null and void. And Helen's pick of Joseph Allen Ronto Ramirez is a former UN Youth Fellow who literally wrote something called Booty Pop Madness. Seriously, these supervisors are mad. So I have to say, no consent to the consent.
Now hear from the next caller.
Sit down.
Ann Riddle. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I came to speak on item 20, on the consent item. I have grave concerns about the marijuana tax because it sort of implies that collecting money from marijuana businesses will somehow mitigate the harm that the sale of marijuana products, high THC marijuana products, create for the citizens of the unincorporated area of the county. I find it interesting that item 20 is sort of juxtapositioned against item 6, which is the board's recognition of the money that the California Department of Public Health is providing from tobacco tax, some $1.6 million, and that we use this money at the county to do minor decoy operations. In fact, it shows that our minor decoy operations, that nearly 32% of the tobacco retailers in the unincorporated area do sell to minors. Are we going to put in place, or do we have now for the 5 marijuana retailers, do we have minor decoy operations for them? Wouldn't it be reasonable to suspect of this high percentage, a third of tobacco retailers are selling to minors, that perhaps the marijuana retailers are doing the same? We care a great deal about good, clean air here in the county, and having removing as much as we can secondhand smoke and vape from the air. And we appreciate these tobacco monies, but let's think about this marijuana tax. All it's going to bring is less quality of air and more problems regarding products that will create secondhand smoke. This marijuana tax only sounds good. It isn't really good. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on the items on the consent calendar.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
And
noting for the record that Supervisor Desmond registered a no vote on item 10. Thank you.
20.
Item 20. Thank you. Thank you.
We will now move on to discussion item number 10, notice public hearing issuance of tax exempt and/or taxable revenue obligations by the California Enterprise Development Authority for the benefit of Meals on Wheels Greater San Diego Incorporated in an aggregate maximum amount not to exceed $11 million. I will pass the floor to Michelle Light-Measham for a presentation.
Chairwoman, Michelle Light isn't here right now, but if it's okay with you, I'd like to go ahead and just read a couple of comments for the record. Okay, so the county has entered into a joint powers of authority agreement with the California Enterprise Development Authority. The authority seeks to support the economic and social development of qualified non-government organizations by assisting with the issuance of tax-exempt or taxable bonds to finance certain public benefit projects. So these are projects that have a public benefit, although they are constructed by non-governmental agencies. So today's recommended actions will allow the authority to issue bonds on behalf of Meals on Wheels to fund the acquisition and construction of facilities within the city of San Diego for Meals on Wheels to use as their headquarters. With the recommended actions, we will be holding a notice public hearing to satisfy the public approval requirements of the Internal Revenue Code for the issuance of tax-exempt bonds. So subject to any questions, that concludes my comments.
All right, I'm happy to make a motion. Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. I'm going to turn it over to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 7 requests to speak on item 10, 5 in person and 2 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 10 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individual in favor, followed by the individuals in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Paul Henkin, followed by Alan C., Mark Consuelo, and Michael Brando. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. You may come forward in any order.
Mark, I'm not necessarily this is 1 minute, not 2. Isn't it supposed to be 2 on each item?
You have 1 minute to address the board.
Okay, this is ridiculous. So I'm not necessarily in opposition to this. Of course, as usual, we're not given enough information to really tell. But it's a moot point anyway. Everyone out there needs to see this video on YouTube. Start at 6 minutes and 40 seconds and watch it for 17 minutes. Get all your kids to watch it. Anybody under 5th grade may not understand it. Anybody over would. And in 17 minutes, you'll understand why inflation is going to destroy the country anyway. And more people are going to be poor and not have food. And it's going to happen if everybody out there doesn't show this to each other. The only reason I mention this one is it's the quickest video to understand. If you happen to see the whole video, which is incredible, remember one computer they'd be hacked. So that's the bad thing about the video. Check it out. There's no time, of course.
Next speaker, please.
Why did you change the rule? Yeah. Why 1 minute all of a sudden? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just waiting for my time to come up. Okay, there we go. Alan C. Meals on Wheels. First question you need to ask for every nonprofit. What's your take-home salary of my tax money? You're using elderly people so you can gain profit, and that's wrong. Do we really want the government to feed these people, or do we want their own families to take care of them? Yes, I can see the heart and do the charity thing, but look at the overall program, how much waste and fraud. They get 2 meals a day for how much that they're actually shelling out, and there goes your climate, if environmental, shelling these out to the people's homes and make them stuck in their homes. My mom's not going to do that. She's going to go out, I'll feed her, and we'll take her out to eat, stuff like that, so she's not hobbled up to some home. But yeah, but look into it, because every nonprofit you're funding, first question to ask, what's their take-home salary? You'll be shocked. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Paul Henkin. I support Meals on Wheels. I think it's a good idea for feeding all the people who can't afford the high rents that you guys seem to support all the time. And some of those big developers, I think, like Blackstone or whatever, should, I think they should fund this instead of you guys issuing bonds at basically our expense. And let's say I noticed that you're including this in the consent calendar as a public hearing, but it's not really a public hearing if it's in the consent calendar. So I don't know where you get off making that silly statement. Thanks.
They're used to it.
Next speaker, please.
They're used to it. I too am in support, Consuelo. You work 8 hours to live 4. You work 6 days to enjoy 1. You work 8 hours to eat in 15 minutes. You work 8 hours to sleep 5. You work all year just to take a week or 2 vacation. You work all your life to retire in old age and collect Meals on Wheels. And contemplate only your last breath. Eventually you realize that the life is nothing but a parody of yourself, practicing for your own oblivion. We have become so accustomed to material and social slavery that we no longer see the chains. Life is a short journey, live it, and fuck their new world order. Snakes.
Next speaker, please.
Michael, no, you should not be involved in any kind of business of feeding people. Why? Because there's always strings attached. You know, the public, the community should be feeding one another. Why? Because it could wind up in things like, oh, before you get your meal on a wheel, you need to do this. Or, oh, before you get your meal on a wheel, you need to do this. There's always strings attached, and you've shown your colors over the last 2 years. Again, priorities, all this nonsense, but priorities, priorities, priorities. This. I see you slow blinking. I'm calling you Nathan, Jim. That's kind of the same thing. But this. You look so mad, Nick. See, cameras need to be on you, people, so people can see what goes up on this dais, whatever.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll begin with our first caller.
Username Audra. Your whole breakdown of all this, the meals that you served and how many seniors, doesn't really pan out. It's not 2 meals a day. And technically, if you split that money between them, it would be $2,558.13 per one, but I don't know, like other people are saying, what are the requirements in order to get that? Seems that you would have more than 4,300 seniors, and what are the nonprofit payouts that these people are getting from this $11 million that you guys are providing? So it's just a little bit ridiculous because you are not transparent. The numbers never add up. If they were getting 2 meals a day, that would be 730 meals. Even if it was 5 days a week, it'd be 522, and this is only 149 meals each. So I don't know how you're getting that. You're giving them 2 meals a day. Seems a little bit fishy. Probably a bunch of that money is going to these nonprofit people.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
This is truth, and I was inspired by Paul to say that my pronouns are pick up sticks, only because I'm like a game of pick up sticks, played by lunatics. Helen of all items to be pulled, why this one? We have $11 million in debt obligations for the California Enterprise Development Authority for Meals on Wheels for acquisition, construction, and furnishing of a property on Chesapeake Drive. But why does Meals on Wheels want debt? Proposal will result in about $991 for the county. Money for nothing, as Dire Straits would call it. The rest I'll say in one of my superhero languages, Nora. Boy, and pua huvin suomea. Not musikon kuntelusta. Lenti mandina on Rasmus. Vakavasti kuuntele minua. Ne tautuvat meidän keksi. Kuka täällä monta salakosta. Kun siitä leipiä huvan tapa. Kun anuosan pakunava valota. Successan ludikana soka vaskuntoka. So teemme puoleen ennä taate pelkaa. And sick Nora, 1 minute to speak is Basura. Pure.
Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Discussion item number 23, County of San Diego Cultural and Livestock Pass Program. Rollout of Phase 2 for full program implementation. I'll pass the floor to Jeff Collins and Tony Meacham for our presentation.
Good morning, Chairman Vargas and members of the board. On March 15, 2022, the board directed staff to explore the feasibility of a local Ag Pass program and return with recommended actions for implementation. On August 30th, 2022, the board approved staff's proposal through the adoption of a resolution as well as the rollout of Phase 1, which allowed cattle and equine operations to apply for the Ag Pass program. Before the board today is a request to approve the full implementation of the Ag Pass program. The Ag Pass program will be expanded to all commercial, livestock, and agriculture operations in the unincorporated area. Joining me today is San Diego County Fire and CAL FIRE Chief Tony Meacham.
Thank you, Jeff. I want to start with a refresher of the Ag Pass program. Last August, the board approved the program and limited the pass to commercial operators and managerial employees. Pass holders are only allowed to move, feed, and provide veterinary care of livestock or work on irrigation systems, farm equipment, and other important infrastructure. Applicants must attend a 4-hour fire safety training and an annual refresher training. The pass doesn't guarantee entry into an evacuation area. Fire and law enforcement officials make the decision for entry based on fire behavior and public safety. How it works. This chart shows how the Ag Pass program functions during a major incident. When an evacuation order is given, this is considered a hard closure and everyone, including Ag Pass holders, must evacuate. When the immediate threat diminishes, fire and law enforcement can make the decision to transition to a soft closure and allow Ag Pass holders access. OES provides notification via phone, text, and email, and Ag Pass holders can proceed to a roadblock to gain access. Access is limited to daylight hours only. I will now turn the presentation back over to Jeff.
Thank you, Chief. I'll summarize the first phase, which was limited to commercial cattle and equine operations. 76 owners and managerial employees across 28 companies were provided a pass after attending the mandatory 4-hour training session offered by County Fire in the winter of 2022. The 4-hour training course covered preparation for a wildfire, awareness of fire behavior, and how to communicate during a disaster, and utilizing the Ag Pass. Pass holders must attend an annual mandatory refresher training in order for the applicant to renew their Ag Pass. We fortunately didn't need to operationalize the Ag Pass program last year. So for phase two of the Ag Pass program would include all commercial agriculture and livestock operators in the unincorporated area. There are approximately 5,100 commercial agriculture and livestock operations in San Diego County. Of those 5,100, 4,000 are located in the unincorporated area. This includes 1,500 livestock and 2,500 irrigated agriculture operations. Outreach to city fire officials has taken place, including a presentation to the Unified Disaster Council. Staff are recommending that if a city would like to participate, the county needs to be notified by the city that an Ag Pass program will be implemented in their jurisdiction. From there, County Fire and Ag Weights and Measures would be able to receive and review applications from operators in the city and determine eligibility. For incidents within a city's jurisdiction, that respective city would make the decision to grant access at road closures. So today, County Fire is seeking the board's approval for the following actions. Authorize the immediate rollout of the second phase of the Agriculture and Livestock Pass program for San Diego County. Phase 2 would expand the program to all commercial agriculture and livestock operations in the unincorporated area. In addition, we'd be waiving board policy B29, which is the department's responsibility for cost recovery, which requires full cost recovery for services. This concludes staff presentation to the board. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
With that, we're going to go ahead and go to public comment, and then we'll come back to my colleagues.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 10 requests to speak on this item, 7 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 10 e-comments in favor of this item. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 23 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Mary Matava and Oliver Twist. And they'll be followed by Mark, Paul Henkin, Michael Brando, Consuelo, and Alan C. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Hello, Mary Matava, President of San Diego County Farm Bureau, and we appreciate the support that you have given the agricultural community in being able to access their land. I want to thank staff for all the hard work they did. The training classes, the feedback that I received was that they were informative, and one person said, well, I really learned something here. So we're really, really pleased with the program and happy that you are expanding the program to crop production as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Oliver Twist here. I just wanted to say I am very much in favor of this program. As a backcountry resident myself, it's critical to support our agriculture and our rural lifestyle and keeping them safe, and this is a great way to do that. So I appreciate that. I have about 40 seconds left. I'll just start reading. Allows the commercial agriculture or livestock operators access to restricted areas to care for crops and animals. Would allow law enforcement and fire officials to identify pass holders at roadblocks and inside an evacuated area. Only fire and law enforcement can make the decision for entry, which will be based on fire behavior and safety for the pass holders. Holding a pass doesn't authorize an individual to ignore evacuation orders, and it doesn't guarantee access. In my last few seconds, I would like to say, in the name of equity, do not cut our time down to 1 minute to speak unless you start restricting time for other things on your agenda as well, like proclamations. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, I'm not going to have enough time, so here's some YouTube videos everyone should check out. What they're not talking about here, all of these people are just completely going against their oath of office to the Constitution. This isn't about, I'm not opposed to the fact that they'd like to give farmers the right to go on their land ahead of time before other people can get back to it. I'm opposed to the fact that you ever made them leave. It's absolutely outrageous. This is Agenda 21. It's real. They're controlling people and their property rights. Right now, they just passed something in Chula Vista where a landlord, without having committed any crime, will have to pay 2 months of rent to a tenant to get him to leave for a no-fault eviction, meaning he wants to do some renovation to his own property. While the real truth is they should pay people a living wage and give them advance notice so they don't have to worry about ripping off the landlord. This is fucking stealing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, LNC. I do support farmers do allow access to land, but let's take it deeper. There are only 2 experts on that land. The fire inspectors, the fire marshals, the fire department, and the farmer. They know their land better than anybody else here. We don't need no bureaucrat to give them permission to have them attend a class and say, okay, we're going to give you permission to check on your animals. What about all the other farms that don't get to pass? The guy with the small chicken coop. Everybody should be able to have access to their farmland. And like I said, the best people to know is our firefighters and our farmers. They should not have to ask permission for anything when it comes to their own farm, their own land, who's backed our country so much. So please, look into that. This whole AG pass, how much money do they have to pay to get permission to check on their livestock? So if there's a payment process for these classes or permit, that needs to go away now. And on top of that, they should not have to ask permission for their own property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael, let the record be known that Nora Vargas is out of the room. Okay, this actually goes back to what I started with today. Yeah, I'm for protecting animals. I'm in animal rescue. So yeah, I want the animals rescued. But like Mark was saying, this is downstream. This is downstream. Upstream is where you people shouldn't have been involved in this in the first place. People continue handing their power over to you. And all this stuff about agricultural land and what to do with it and who has rights and what have you. Again, Rosa Corey, behind the green mask. Nick, I know you're not stupid. Jim, I don't think you're wise, but I don't think you're stupid either. You need to read this. This is what's going on. And then it all goes back to this. You will own nothing and be happy, and we'll tell you what to do with it. Yeah, oh, priorities. Yeah, this, priorities. Now, not May 15th.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Paul Hinken. There have been no big wildfires since since September of last year. So the program may not have been adequately tested yet. It is too early to tell how well this county's version of the program works. However, I think that it's ridiculous that only commercial people, growers, by the way, that they're trained on the dangers of wildfire, then gets a piece of paper, but they aren't guaranteed anything anyway. Instead, after training, why don't you just let him or her make up his or her mind about the risk? And that isn't totally fair to recent arrivals who haven't had a chance to get trained yet. Maybe we should just give passes to everyone and institute training for landowners who drop them in the flames.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, I had nothing prepared for this, but I'm just going to speak because you're giving us a minute for everything, and I'm just going to waste some time. Our prime purpose in this life is to help others. And if you can't help them, then at least don't hurt them. All this county board does is hurt and destroys, then comes in to assist in their destruction, posing as saviors. They are completely unethical in everything they do. We don't trust you, any of you.
Thank you. Now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Use the name Audra. The fact that you guys are still always talking about permits and passes, and the fact that people need to jump through hoops just to access their property that they own is just BS. You're using fires to get people where you want them to be. And the fact that you are only giving this to commercial people, or as other people have said, that there are people who have farms and should be able to access their animals. You're depriving them of their civil rights. 18 U.S.C. 242, it's a felony. You guys can't continue to do that. Everybody has the right to access their property. Nobody needs to get a pass or a permit. And what is this going to cost all of us taxpayers for you to give this to 9,100 passes out to people and continue to make them take a refresher course? It's ridiculous what you guys do. You want to have too much control over people's lives and tell them what they can and cannot do, especially when you're unequipped to decide what an emergency is, especially when you have a lockdown.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth AB 1103 dictated that the county suddenly had the power to stop farmers from accessing their own properties during disasters, and that the only way for farmers to get around that was to apply for a livestock pass program and maybe get permission. But a property owner has every right to go back anytime at their own risk. But of course, phase 1 and phase 2 were not enough property control for these tyrants. It gets worse. The item says, quote, should any of these cities in San Diego County take action to adopt an ag pass program, those can be processed through the county's program, end quote. So once again, the cities are expected to give up their sovereign authority and hand all power over to the county. All this Ag Pass program will do is ensure that all registered livestock and agricultural businesses have equal opportunity to participate in the future pay-to-play game, where every hand's a county joker that doesn't let you collect $200 and doesn't let you pass go.
Monopoly Cheaters Edition. Before, you weren't allowed to cheat on Monopoly, but now that's part of the fun. Pickpocket, to steal money from another player. Steal money from the bank in a bank heist, or steal a property from another player. Get caught.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a, first of all, I want to say I'm so happy with the outcome of phase 1, and phase 2 is absolutely terrific, but I do have a quick question, and I usually like to give them to you in advance, so I apologize. But we have a number of nonprofits in my district, like Saddles and Service and Armed Forces YMCA, Sun Ranch. Would they be able to apply for this in phase 2, or how does that work for them?
So, Supervisor, our understanding part of OES's outreach for animal support during a declared emergency.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to make a motion.
Supervisor Desmond.
I'll second that motion, and I just want to say thank you to staff of Jeff O'Connor and Chief Meacham for bringing this forward. And phase 1 was, for livestock. Phase 2 is now to include crops and nurseries, and maybe phase 3, if we, maybe we can get state legislation changed or something like that. Phase 3 might include other organizations or people or smaller farms or other people as well, because I think it's very successful. Our agriculture is a big producer of jobs and income in the county. I've heard many stories during some of these emergencies that the farmers unfortunately have to make tough decisions. They're going to let all their livestock, be at risk, or now their crops and their farms. So hopefully, with this, they can get a little more a reassurance that they can get back, they possibly can get let back in early before the general public, even though there still may be risks nearby with power lines down or other things, fires still maybe not completely out, but I think this is a step in the right direction, but we do want to keep everybody safe. I also want to thank Supervisor Anderson. When he and I, we both brought this item forward in March of 2022. And, I look forward to seeing phase 2 deployed, get more people on board. And as we go into these phases, we learn more. We see what works, what's not working, and if we can perhaps expand it into to other organizations or smaller farming operations. it might be worth looking at. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you. And so once again, thank you to our county fire and our ag team for such a thorough job and making sure that this happens. So with that, we have a motion. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
The next item on discussion is discussion number item 24, notice of public hearing fiscal year 2023-24 annual plan, reallocation of program funds, and a resolution of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors approving the fiscal year 2023-24 annual plan. I'm passing the floor to our county team for our presentation.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Today we're seeking approval of our agency's Housing and Community Development Services annual plan for 2023-2024, which is an annual list of carefully selected priorities for our federal entitlement funding from the Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD. While our department administers a variety of programs that increase affordable housing opportunities, provide critical services to vulnerable populations, and improve underserved communities, today we're focusing solely on the HUD entitlement programs covered in our annual plan. With our HUD funding last fiscal year, the County of San Diego served more than 125,000 individual San Diegans with affordable housing, as well as homeless prevention services and some new infrastructure projects. Today, you'll hear about how we plan to leverage more than $14 million in HUD entitlement funding to advance our Getting to Zero priorities, rental assistance, rapid rehousing, first-time homebuyer programs, sidewalk improvement projects, new affordable housing developments, and much more to help our communities to be healthy, safe, and thriving. The recommended projects in the annual plan today are based on extensive engagement with the community and your board and reflects community need, board priorities, program requirements, and goals outlined in our 5-year consolidated plan. Now, the HUD-funded programs included in the plan support every single domain of our county's framework for ending homelessness by providing permanent affordable housing, emergency housing, services, diversion, and upstream prevention, while also supporting the county's draft housing blueprint by investing in the production and preservation of affordable housing and promoting equitable communities. I'll now turn over the presentation to David Estrella, our director, and Kelly Salmons, our Deputy Director of Housing and Community Development Services, who will present the details of our annual plan. David?
Thank you, Nick. Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Housing and Community Development Services works in 2 capacities: as a county department that administers federal, state, and local funding sources, including the HUD-funded programs we're here to speak about today, and also as the Housing Authority, with the primary role of administering the Housing Choice Voucher or Section 8 program, each of which creates several required plans for HUD. Today we are presenting Housing and Community Development Services annual plan for the HUD entitlement programs. Tomorrow, we will be coming back to your board as the Housing Authority to present the annual agency plan for Section 8 and public housing. Housing and Community Development Services, or HCDS, administers 4 HUD federal entitlement programs: the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program, which supports communities by addressing local housing and community development needs; the Home Investment Partnerships Program, which primarily funds the development of affordable housing and rental assistance to lower-income households; the Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG program, which provides direct services to persons experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness; and the Housing Opportunities for Persons with HIV/AIDS, or HOPRA program, which provides housing and services to persons living with HIV/AIDS and their families. Every 5 years, HCDS develops a strategic plan called the Consolidated Plan for our HUD funding sources. The Consolidated Plan outlines the needs of the region based on extensive community outreach, data analysis, and available resources. The current Consolidated Plan covers the period from fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year 2024. Each year, HCDS submits a one-year annual plan, which outlines projects recommended for funding. Presented today is the annual plan for the 4th year of the Consolidated Plan cycle, fiscal year 23-24. Each year of the annual cycle includes 3 critical steps. First, the annual plan strategy determines how the county will prioritize projects and meet annual goals. This also allows the public to make recommendations to the board for upcoming funding. Today's hearing discusses the second step, the annual plan, which provides a list of recommended projects for funding. It also provides a second opportunity for the public to give feedback. The third and final step in the program cycle is the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also called the CAPER. The CAPER details the outcomes and accomplishments from the prior year. The recommended projects in the annual plan presented today are based on the needs of the community, board priorities, program requirements, and goals outlined in the consolidated plan. The board identified affordable housing, homelessness, and community infrastructure as its top priorities, based on a board questionnaire, completed as part of the annual plan strategy process. Additionally, HCDS hosts extensive community engagement to ensure all the voices in the community, including low-income and historically underrepresented residents, can express their community needs. The county expanded its efforts to increase public participation in the development of the annual plan by publishing the public notices in 6 local newspapers: San Diego Union Tribune, Voice and Viewpoint of San Diego, El Latino, Asian Journal, Saigon Times, Nuwi Viet. Additionally, public notices were placed on the HCDS website in all 10 threshold languages. The plan and public notice was sent via email to all interested stakeholders on the county's listserv, reaching more than 7,800 residents. Prior to the development of this year's annual plan, the county hosted a public hearing on October 25th, 2022, to solicit community input on the annual plan strategy, which identifies how HCDS will prioritize projects for the upcoming year. During the development of the annual plan strategy, the county hosted 7 community outreach events throughout the county and administered online and in-person technical assistance. I will now pass the presentation to Kelly to talk about this year's recommendations.
Thank you, David. The CDBG program serves as a flexible funding source to address local housing and community development needs. The county's CDBG allocation is approximately $4 million a year. This year's recommended CDBG projects include 10 housing-related programs, including affordable housing development that will create more than 100 units, as well as our home repair program, which provides grants or loans for home repairs in owner-occupied units. This year, staff is recommending an increase to the home repair grant to $20,000, which reflects increased costs in construction. Additionally, 8 public service programs, including activities such as homeless shelter services and the county's fair housing program, which provides direct services to more than 1,600 individuals. And finally, 5 street and sidewalk and community infrastructure projects. The Home Investment Partnerships Program, or HOME program, provides accessible and affordable housing to lower-income households. Home funding totals approximately $3.5 million annually. During 23-24, home funding will be utilized for affordable housing development and tenant-based rental assistance programs for up to 70 households. The county's first-time home buyer program for up to 20 low-income home buyers. This year, we are recommending an increase in the subsidy for our home buyer program from 17% to 22% in down payment assistance to reflect the high cost of housing. HCD also administers the Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG, which provides direct services to persons who are experiencing or are at risk of homelessness. The County of San Diego's ESG program supports shelter programs, rapid rehousing, and homeless prevention services. This program typically serves approximately 400 individuals annually. ESG program funds total approximately $370,000 annually. Finally, the Housing Opportunities for Persons with HIV/AIDS, or the HOPA program, provides affordable housing and housing-related services for individuals and families living with HIV and AIDS. The County of San Diego receives a regional allocation of approximately $6.2 million. HOPA was a critical piece of our county's Getting to Zero implementation plan. Without adequate housing, one cannot achieve health. The HOPA program is currently going through a competitive selection process. Activities will range from tenant-based rental assistance to short-term supportive services and referral services. I will now pass this back over to David.
Our 4 HUD entitlement programs support our annual plan's goals to increase affordable housing opportunities, prevent and end homelessness, enhance community infrastructure, and provide housing and support for individuals with HIV/AIDS. These HUD entitlement programs serve a total of more than 125,000 individuals and nearly 5,500 households during fiscal year 21-22. Accomplishments include aiding more than 1,500 households to achieve more affordable housing opportunities, supporting more than 65,000 individuals to connect to homeless or homeless prevention services, initiating new infrastructure projects serving nearly 60,000 county residents, and supporting nearly 4,000 households affected by HIV/AIDS connect to housing and services. As Nick mentioned earlier, these accomplishments only reflect activities funded through the HUD entitlements and do not reflect all of the people served by the other programs administered at HCDS, like the Innovative Housing Trust Fund, No Place Like Home program, the Housing Choice Voucher program, and other programs being utilized to improve the lives of many thousands of San Diegans. Today's requested actions ask the board to receive public testimony and approve the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 annual plan and corresponding resolution, approve the reallocation of program funding as necessary, authority to take actions necessary to execute contracts and award funding, and authorize adjustments to funding to reflect changes from HUD if necessary. This concludes our presentations. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and go to public comment and then come back to my colleagues.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 11 requests to speak on this item, 8 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we did not receive any comments on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 24 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Jesse Stein, Catherine Rhodes, Oliver Twist. Again, you'll have 1 minute to address the board.
Wonderful. This is Catherine Rhodes. Thank you for the communications received. You already put that on, and I sent the emails to everybody. For this one, you know, you have 30.7 million total. You have 12.4 million left over from last year that you didn't even spend. Why didn't you spend that money? That money could have been spent. I have 100 million. I could spend that money in a second. So 12.4 million wasn't spent from last year. And then you're missing 4 million. I see 30.7, 12.7 last year. And then it says you got 14.3 this year, so you're missing 4 million. Where did that come from? I have no clue. One thing I want to tell you about the HUD OIG audit repayment debt to community development program income that came from my OIG audit investigation from the City of San Diego. We still haven't had the agreement from the City of San Diego that would need a recommendation or would go to your board, your redevelopment agency board.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Housing Services. At the start of National Child Abuse Prevention Month, it feels especially appropriate to celebrate the impact you all have had over the last 3 years in the lives of children in foster care. Your support allows us to carry out our mission of transforming the lives of children in foster care by providing them with trained, court-appointed special advocates. When children are removed from their home, they face many, many barriers. And this program specifically helps us to support those youth who are transitioning out of foster care. That's a difficult transition for transitioning out of youth and transitioning into adulthood. That's a challenging transition for all of us, but especially these youth who have experienced trauma, who may not have a consistent caregiver or a consistent adult in their lives who is helping to advise them, guide them, and support them as they prepare to be an adult. So we're so grateful for the support. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition of this item, Michael Brando, Paul Hankin, Mark, Alan C., and Charlton Charles.
Hi, Oliver Twist here. So again, I hadn't really planned on speaking on this, but due to the time being cut, now I am here speaking on each and single item. So I don't think your strategy was really as effective as you had hoped it to be. I see there's a citizen participation plan as required by federal HUD regulations. The county has a citizen participation plan, CPP, setting forth the policies and procedures for public input and citizen participation. The CPP establishes covers timelines, public notification, procedures, and methods of publicization of the legislative actions related to the consolidated plan in accordance with the county's CCP on March 3rd, 2023, and at the HCDS office. And I will go on right now to say that I do believe in citizen participation, and much like you have a police oversight board, you absolutely need a supervisor oversight board with a dedicated group of citizens who will give oversight to this body that is desperately needed. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay. You guys, Paul Hinken, you guys, HHSA has $12.5 million for him last year. This thing is, one of the titles is reallocation of program funds. So why wasn't this $12.5 million reallocated or hidden like ARPA funds? And did I hear that HOPWA is still in bidding? We're providing $6 million on what basis? And it looks like the ARPA funds are reallocated already, and hopefully they're being used legally. I also wanted to point out that 29%, I read in a recent Pew poll, said 29% of Americans now trust the medical establishment.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, 1 minute is an insult. Everyone needs to see this Rosa Corey video. There's a part 2 and part 3. It's free on YouTube. The Blackstone Group bought up affordable housing. If you know who they are, they're like the elites who own everything on the planet. And if they're buying into it, you know it's totally corrupt. Mike Aguirre said it's wrong of them to make over $1 billion. I think it was $1.3 billion a year. It's absurd. So anyway, to synopsize, they could just get rid of the Federal Reserve, stop the inflation. This is planned. What's going to happen is more and more people are going to lose their homes. The city is going to buy and privatize more and more land into their corporations until we're all, or most people, are just renting off of them as they pay their CEOs incredible salaries. You guys are absolute crooks. Everybody should see these videos.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is Charlton. Basically, what I'm talking about pertains to building affordable housing. I have in my hands a blueprint my dad actually architect to build a studio on the first floor and a 2-bedroom, 2-bath on the second floor. Basically, I had it also engineered as well for $202,000. I also have the price breakdown of it as well. I own, with my father, 3 vacant pieces of land in San Diego outright to actually accomplish this. We also have a team of people that can help us. We have a drywall guy, we have an electrician, we have a tile guy, a roofer. We have our own team basically together to actually accomplish this. I also had him do a price breakdown as well. The reason why that we can do it for less than everyone else is I'm willing to work for $100 a day as well as he is willing to work for $100 a day. And we have people that we sub out that work for our prices because I've known them for over 25 years. And I've also reached out to Mr. Potter as well with his expertise as well. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Can I ask the speaker to just real quick? Could you contact my officer?
Yes, I actually contacted and emailed everyone. I emailed Andrew Potter and Nora Vargas's whole crew, from Rosa Alagasca to...
I'm just asking, please contact my office.
I will contact you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Outstanding, because we do want to give people besides unions all the money. As we're talking about money, $4.2 million for 10 housing programs. $4.10 million. $3.5 million first-time home buyer program. Who decides who gets the money? Who puts me or you in front of another person? I worked hard for my kids for a quality life. To be taken away through communism, and you guys decide who gets the money on these housing units. $370,000 for the homeless prevention. Oh, I got a story to tell you comes next round. $6.2 million because they have HIV. And what low HIV? Are they in wheelchairs? Or is it like everybody else who abuses wheelchairs, signs down there for any unknown whatever, just to get what they need? Take care of that guy there. He's going to save you some money. He's going to save me some money. Thank you.
For the record, the speaker is Alan C. Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, they want us all homeless and in their stack and packs. Listen up, normies. Governments are owned by corporations, run by psychopaths, lying about an imaginary economy based on debt fueled by illegal wars, destroying ecosystems, poisoning. Okay, thank you, girl. Let's see. Fueled by illegal wars, destroying ecosystems, poisoning waters, food, decreasing education, increasing prisons, manipulating the media, foreclosing homes, suppressing free energy, technology, which making us all struggle, starving, humiliating, and killing the world. Yet you stay silent and continue to follow a pathological culture. You continue paying taxes, voting, and trusting the government. Guess what? We don't have governments anywhere. Now we are all being run by the United Nations Agenda 2030. The reason you don't know you've been lied to, conditioned, and brainwashed.
Thank you. Consul, I'll ask you to please fill out a speaker slip. Next speaker, please.
Michael, yeah, no one wants anybody not having a home and all of that, but the fact that HHS is involved in this is outrageous. They were the ones that were locally pushing this counterfeit pandemic. And by the way, if we were still playing pandemic, Nora is obviously going through a detox because she's got a runny nose, stuffy, and all of that. And they're not 6 feet apart. And I don't know if she had her temperature checked. She also is not wearing a face cam. What I'm saying is HHS promoted all that, and we're supposed to trust them with this kind of business? No. People need to learn to take care of themselves. You know, if people did it as a community. And again, priorities. Resign, Nathan, because it doesn't mean if you wait to the 15th that you're really going to resign. Do it now. Get out. Now.
Please. And for the record, I have really bad allergies, not a cold. I went to the doctor. So thank you very much for your concern of my health. Go ahead, sir.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Yeah, that's right. More lies. Paying attention, Nora. Rewind the film.
Username Audra. Nora, that is so funny because you said that you weren't sure if it was a cold or allergies. Did you go take a PCR test real quick back there and say it wasn't a cold? Good to know. So you guys have a prior balance anticipated at $30 million, $735,115 available. So that means that there's projects that were never completed. So you guys always have an anticipation of things that you're going to do, and you fail miserably at it. As Charlton said, you should probably listen to what he's saying because he could probably actually make these projects happen in real time for less money and actually get them done. But then you know what? We have the HHS director, you know, doing the management and agreements for all that and adjusting them out and reallocating as necessary. And as like Michael said, I mean, we're put in a pandemic with no cases, so how can we trust these people with housing? Completely ridiculous. You're going to continue to make sure that they're homeless. You want to do interest deferred payments or home buyer assistance. We're going to repeat 2008. You're just going to make sure that nobody can get into homes. And
we'll now hear from the next caller.
This is the pathetically imitated but completely irreplaceable truth. This item's attachment A is a 154-page book. The county is required to develop an annual plan because the federal mafia doesn't hand out anything for free, and they want expensive, ugly stack attacks anywhere they can be smashed into. Over 131,000 is going to Pat, who works with Joel's fraudulent motel voucher program, where 2 sex offenders allegedly sexually assaulted a girl in El Cajon. Pat said, quote, "Criminal backgrounds do not preclude individuals from receiving these services. Both of those registered sex offenders were referred to us by the county," end quote. I look forward to you supervisors being sued by the victims. The home CDBG Hop 1 ESG grants plus loans will end up costing over $30.7 million in federal debt dollars. That will increase inflation. This item supports the county's framework for extending homelessness, including downstream destruction strategies, inversion and maximization services, mistreatment and overreach, and temporary shelter and housing that can be swept at any time for Padres games. Nothing but fraud. No, thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to make a motion. Supervisor Anderson?
I was going to make a motion, but I'll second it instead.
No further discussion. Go ahead and vote, please.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Thank you. The next item is going to be item number 25, enhancing homeless outreach services through Live Well on Wheels mobile office. I want to go ahead and, I don't think there's a presentation on this, so I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to public comment, and then we'll hear from my colleagues.
Did we get 2 minutes now? That was the real question. Did we get 2 minutes?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 12 requests to speak on this item, 9 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. I'll also note for the record that we received 3 e-comments in favor of this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 25 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'd like to invite forward Catherine Rhodes, followed by Oliver Twist.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and this looks like a really good thing. You know, you say you have $10 million for the homeless, but how many homeless have actually been housed? I'm not sure. What I do like about this is that, you know, you're going to get a new van, which is great. But what I would dream is if before the city of San Diego goes around and sweeps people off the street, that maybe you guys come around ahead of time. And you could actually get volunteers like me that would actually go and help people move their stuff from one side of the street to the other so they don't get arrested and get put in your prisons. And so, yes, you have this here, but please coordinate with San Diego Police Department so we don't have all these homeless people that get put in jail all the time because they're poor. And especially the seniors. There's seniors with dementia. They can't move their stuff in time, and they get put into jail. It's just cruel. I don't know what you could do, but this is a good step in the right direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition. I'll call the first 5 speakers: Alan C., Mark, Sandra Martinez, Michael Brando, and Paul Henkin. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, Oliver Twist. Good morning here. The county currently has 2 Live Well on Wheels vehicles, and I am very much in support of this in this program. They focus on health and social services, outreach and disaster response activities, and 3 additional vehicles on order for arrival in 2024 that will provide specific public health services, including outreach and education, infection control, screening, and laboratory services. The vehicles are equipped with private consultation room, workstations, refrigerators that can store medications and vaccines. And I will end on speaking of public health, though, Nora, with you being coughing and symptomatic, regardless of what the cost is, the great irony is that you imposed a mask mandate for 2 years on us, but while you yourself are showing signs of respiratory symptoms, you don't follow your own advice. As a refresher, this is from the California Department of Public Health. Regardless of community levels, wear a mask around others if you have respiratory symptoms, cough, runny nose, sore.
Next speaker, please.
Medical advice.
Mark, of course we need to help the homeless. They're not giving me time. They're tyrants. They don't want people to talk to you and tell you what's going on. See this video by Rosa Corey. Also see part 2 and 3. It's free on YouTube. This is the title. Also see this video. This one is about the CAPER. The guy mentioned the CAPER. They never tell you about the CAPER at all. Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Kept separate from the budget. Probably has 40 times as much money as the entire budget. They've partnered with just about every important company around, all the subsidiary corporations of the United States, including San Diego Incorporated. And they own controlling interest in Fortune 500 companies. They have no intention of telling you about it or sharing it with you. In fact, they'll let you go bankrupt on your little budget, trying to keep you paying all the time while their CEOs make tons of money and they bring more land into their system, create more homeless through inflation. Eventually, we'll just all be slaves. Well, we're already all slaves. See these videos? Tyrants.
Next speaker, please. So next speaker is coming forward. I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in opposition, Consuelo and Mike Borrello.
Hello, Paul Henkin again. The Live Well program seems to be doing what it should be doing, that is, helping whichever county resident is around. I do not think that it is reasonable to give or withhold services simply on the basis of whether the recipient is homeless or not. I mean, if someone comes up in obvious need of medicine, are you going to take the time to check whether he or she is homeless? And if so, will you return him or her to the community to spread the germs, the opposite of what you advised for COVID? And if hungry, are you going to refuse to help simply because he or she is not homeless despite all your equity crap? This is the opposite of sustainability goal number 1, to engage the community. And do you want to spend $1.5 million of our money to do this? Pop.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Alan C. Board members, please talk to my Chula Vista City Council. He knows well about this. Preciado, Council Preciado. I think you should start sitting in on our Chula Vista meetings, ma'am. Health and Human Services down behind Walmart, off of Oxford. The 1,000 student school behind them, elementary kids at safety risk, they had to close down the park because of needles. Where do the homeless go? They move their tents right across the street because you got one-stop shopping at the Health and Human Services. Right up the street, not one, but 2 cannabis shops. Health and Human Services gives them free cannabis. Thank you, taxpayers. Here's your medical cannabis. Go back and shoot up, smoke up. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 tables, free cell phones as you walk towards the cannabis shops. Thank you, taxpayers. You provide everything but housing. Turn that Park Harborside, which I told Preciado, make that your affordable housing unit right next to that stupid Health and Human Services that basically is ruining lives with everybody down in South Bay. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Sandra Martinez. We have a pretty bad homeless problem up in North County, as we get a lot of people are sent from Del Mar to Encinitas, and then they end up in Oceanside. We don't really do much up there in regards to that. But you know, we've had a homeless problem in San Diego for a long time. And we have spent millions and millions and millions of dollars on it. And nothing's changed. As a matter of fact, it's gotten worse. So in a logical world, one would reevaluate the process that one is doing and the things one is doing for the homeless, rather than repeating the same thing and doing the same things over again and expecting a different result. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
It's doing just what it's intended.
Mike Borrello. So people talk about socialism, that it's going to happen, but we're knee-deep in socialism right now. We're knee-deep in it. So if it's not corruption and fraud, it's incompetence by this board, by our government bodies that are leading to this socialism. You're brash, you use the word entitlement in your slides. Definition, a government program that guarantees and provides benefits to a particular group. You're actually using that word in the slides. I don't consent. I don't consent to any of this. I don't want to pay for this. I didn't sign up for that. No thanks. I do not consent.
We do not consent. Next speaker, please.
Michael,
Again, we've seen the heartbreaking homelessness. Just driving here today, I drove by Balboa Park, tent city, just tents all over the place by the cactus area. One day I was in Balboa Park and there are tents up and down the El Prado and the undercoverings, and I completely understand why they want to go there. But again, it's the community out here that has actually relinquished their power and handed it over to you. This agenda item is nonsense, evidence-based, data-driven, all the statistics, no, we don't trust that at all. All of this is part of this new term that's going around, the homeless industrial complex. The homeless industrial complex, because all these people are getting money and they're changing hands, and so the problem's not being solved. Again, priorities, not until May 15th, because it may never happen. Do it now. Get out.
Next speaker, please.
This Consuelo. The system is perfectly, purposely flawed. We don't mind being the villains in their stories because they're the clowns in ours. Every nonsensical action happening is all deliberate. They create the chaos, the homelessness, everything else to keep you in the dark from what's really going on. They don't have to work hard either because many of you are all buying the bullshit anyways. Agenda 21 is in full effect. You all need to go. You all have to go. You all must go.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Authoritarian corporate oligarchy.
The oligarchs own the UN.
Kevin Stevenson. So a lot of people acknowledge that homelessness is a tragedy, and no one is defending the system as it is. But we need to be clear about what the problem is, because I'm hearing a lot of misinformation. But then again, that's not unheard of when it comes to the speakers at these board meetings. Okay, first off, I want to respond to something that Mike said. So he thinks that socialism is the problem. I don't know what country you're living in, Mike, but we live under late-stage capitalism. We live in a corporatist society. We live in a society that prioritizes the wealthiest of the wealthy and doesn't give a fuck. Excuse my French, but I'm just being frank. Doesn't give a rat's ass about people like us. So, you know, Consuelo can go on a rant.
Now hear from the next speaker.
Use the name Audra, live well on wheels. You guys are funny. You think this is going to expand different things and help with homelessness when you use these vehicles over the last COVID years to vaccinate 1,200 people, 5,000, and give 27,000 COVID tests. And you're saying that the adding vehicles will enhance homeless outreach. One good way to get rid of homelessness is by giving them these genocide shots. But it's interesting because you said last year you served 36,943 residents in 44 homeless outreach events, when in 2022 the homelessness was at 8,427. So just the fact that you guys are saying those numbers is BS because they weren't all homeless. And you want to procure a vehicle at $800,000 with an annual cost of $734,000, and you want to get 3 more of them, all to just give people screenings. This isn't helping with homelessness. Everything that you guys do perpetuates it. If you really wanted to help them, you wouldn't just be giving them shots and all this BS to kill them. You would actually be helping them and giving them a home.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
This is Truth, the living embodiment of a meddling kid. For the record, I think this is the first time I've seen an image within an agenda item. I'm going to request more images and less words always. And since you supervisors' innovative investments always look like more homelessness, then I also request that we bring back the so-called status quo, because at least that had a lot less people drugged out on the streets and saved money. In only 1 year, the county has blown through at least $10 million on just 2 programs, 1 shelter, and 1 parking lot. How many homes could have been built for that price? Funding facilitators, as Speaker Bryant calls them, just want more debt dollars. 3 county kill-mobiles are on order to deliver toxic COVID clot shots. The cost will be over $1.5 million for only 1 vehicle. County staff uses Wi-Fi to print out legal documents for clients, which means people's private information can be hacked. These are some real mystery machines.
And we would have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for this meddling writer. Why, that's a twist. Yeah, well, at least he didn't call us kids. I hate that.
Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Thank you so much. I just want to start by saying I think we all know that we have a crisis of homelessness on our hands, and with more people living on our streets, we have to be proactive to find ways to meet people where they are and help connect people with services. The LiveWell the LiveWell bus on wheels is great because it meets people where they're at. 3 years ago, we launched our LiveWell on Wheels program to bring urgency and flexibility to our COVID response. And we were able to deliver over 27,000 tests and 12,000 vaccines directly into impacted communities. And since then, we've seen that model expand, using the buses to serve many more community needs, including supporting cities and communities with homeless outreach efforts. This includes pop-up events, safe parking lots, bridge shelters, and encampment resolution efforts. If you haven't seen them already, these buses are pretty amazing. They have medical checkup areas, refrigerators to store vaccination equipment, secured Wi-Fi to allow county staff and agencies to print out secured documents immediately. This includes EBT cards, ID cards, and other legal documents, so folks can get their documentation and get services right away rather than waiting for weeks and weeks. I think what's really exciting about this effort is making it easier for the county to help unhoused people to get connected to services, resources, and housing. So I just want to thank Supervisor Anderson for his partnership in bringing this important item forward. Would appreciate the support of my colleagues in passing this, and happy to make a motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
I'd like to second that motion. Also, I would like to thank Supervisor Lawson-Remer for inviting me to co-author this. I'm going to thank you in advance, hoping you all vote yes. But, in the most recent fire, where we had people who had to flee their homes, our bus was out there helping aid those folks. And it's an incredibly valuable tool to such a large county. So I'm happy to support it today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and again, thank you for this great work. I think this is the type of innovative work that we have to do in order to address such an important issue. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 26, the continuing driving prevention opportunities in San Diego County. I'll turn it over to public comment, and then my colleague and I go ahead and move.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 7 requests to speak on this item, 5 in person and 2 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 26 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individual in favor, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals. I'd like to invite forward Oliver Twist, followed by Alan C., Michael Brando, Consuelo, and Mike Borello. You'll have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Hi, good afternoon. Oliver Twist here. So from the board letter, swimming is a life skill that is not easily accessible to all residents throughout our communities. According to the CDC, 79% of children in households with incomes of less than $50,000 have little to no swimming abilities. This includes 64% African Americans, 45% Hispanic Latino, and 40% of Caucasian children, which I will say is absolutely a crying shame in a beach city like like San Diego. And speaking of drowning, this board is drowning in dishonesty. I am asking you to proactively release Chair Fletcher's texts and emails for the past year in an open source document or data portal in the name of transparency. And Chair Vargas, I would appreciate your attention. As you said at the Viejas Sandag thing, it's important that we center ourselves and pay respectful attention. If we can't, we should excuse ourselves. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Alan C. I know this is your baby, Jim, but do you really want government to influence your kids? Let me share a story, some correlation. Chair Vargas, this is so important, what I saw at the school board. So please, every member up here, look at March 8th of this year, 2 minute, a child up there was suicidal. He spoke in front of the school board about depression. This child was 8th grader. He talked about suicide. Please look at me. He did this in front of the school board. He went like this. And he said the world must come to this. And then he spoke on that I must go through therapy because of what the school taught me to do, that was okay to transition. His life is ruined. And then he spoke further, and he went like this. Please look at me. This is what he did. He pretended like he's hanging himself. And then he spoke again, and he went like this. I already told the police, I don't want the kid that get in trouble, but here's a child reaching out for help. That child, 8th grader, was a young man, but he's a young child still, will be the next school shooter.
Next speaker, please.
Mike Borrello, so you want to prevent drowning in San Diego, you got to just teach more kids how to swim. But that's hard to do when you lock them down. During the COVID years, right? What do? They were all inside. They didn't get together in pools. I have a friend up in San Clemente. She taught kids how to swim, but they were making them all wear masks. How do you do that in a pool with masks? How do you breathe when you get a mask wet? You can't. It doesn't work. So we're all drowning. We're drowning in the malfeasance of government. We are drowning in your policies. I do not consent. Stop it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay. Consuelo, just a reminder, it's not government funded, it's all taxpayer funded. You really care about the children drowning and being tragically killed, then care too about the tragedy of what they consume that kills them. Why is our food being made and modified by the world's largest pesticide manufacturer? That's how government works. It doesn't. They don't care about the people. They only care about the profit. We do not comply.
Next speaker, please.
Michael, the sustainability impact statement says to provide just and equitable access and protect health and well-being will lead to a healthier and safer society. How blasphemous. Really, how blasphemous. Because the way that you've attacked children over the last 3 years, with that Wilma Wooten sitting up here saying she was so excited about poisoning 6-month-old babies with this, and now you're not even talking about all these shots anymore. It's like it's disappeared. Really weird. So no, there's no trust here at all, you know, and as more and more people pull back and create their own lives without your interference, that's a good thing. Can't keep saying this enough. Priorities. Not until May 15th, Joel. You've been silent on this. He needs to get out now.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Use the name Audra. Anything that you guys have to do with kids is terrifying. I'm not saying that kids should be drowning, but this should be equitable and accessible to all children if you're going to do it, not just certain places that you find on your Healthy Places Index. And if you really cared about children, you would put, security in the schools. You would stop giving them the shots. You would stop teaching them about pornographic things that they don't need to be learning about sexually in school. You would stop telling them that they could cut off their genitalia and boobs if they have them and take hormone blockers. Like, if you guys actually cared, you wouldn't be perpetuating traumatizing these children and making a whole generation of fucked up kids because they don't know if the sky is blue or purple because you're telling them they could decide whatever they want to fucking be. And just the fact that, you even care that if they buy cigarettes. You care if they drown, they buy cigarettes. You don't care if they die from a vaccine. You don't care if they totally change their gender, if they commit suicide because of it.
Time is up. We'll now hear from the next caller.
There's no money in not doing something. That's right. Money in cutting grass up, check.
Truth, how is a drowning prevention program going to work when it's in collaboration with First Five, which includes 3D Illusion of Death, Nick Machione, Wicked Wilma Wonka of the West, and the ultimate mythomaniac, Narcissist Nathan? How would children be protected exactly? And to top it off, this item pushes, quote, swimming lessons and drowning prevention skills for children with an emphasis on African American, Indigenous, and people of color, end quote. These supervisors think that only certain children are worthy of being taught how to swim so they won't die. This item also said the county's SB Swim Safer campaign had over 18 million impressions. What the heck are impressions? As usual, the county's numbers are data-driven deception. This item says that grants were awarded to YMCA, which is concerning since they have no interest in protecting children. And $250,000 contractee Prevent Drowning Foundation's board member Lynn Barnes-Wallace with the ACLU sued the city of San Diego and the Boy Scouts and lost. This item's just about more funding. But how do we prevent you supervisors from drowning in those overfilled money buckets of dishonesty?
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Supervisor Desmond for his collaboration on bringing this item forward and working together on this initiative since 2021. I think this is a great opportunity for us to be able to leverage additional funding from state, federal, and philanthropic sources. I think this is so important because drowning can be prevented, and the more we continue to do water safety and swimming lessons for underserved children as a life skill, we know that it reduces about 88% of childhood drowning. So I am really excited about this positive impact and what this means for our communities. So with that, I'm happy to make a motion. Supervisor Desmond?
Well, I'll second that motion. Thank you very much, Chair Vargas, for partnering with me on this to prevent drowning in San Diego County. It's amazing here how close we live to the ocean and how many swimming pools there are in our county that we still have children drown. I actually lost a nephew several years ago to drowning, and still reminded of it every time we see a pool. But as you mentioned, we co-docketed this in May of 2021, and we've had over 8,000 safe participants with about 4,400 people almost getting in water swimming lessons. And I want to mention that I heard that some of the people that are signing up for these swimming lessons are also adults. These are adults that don't know how to swim in San Diego County. And so that they have and when I first heard of it, I said, well, I thought this was for kids. But if there's adults that are willing to take the lessons and then have the confidence to jump in a pool or into water and try to help save somebody that's drowning, I think that's all the better. So I'm glad this has reached beyond that. And this isn't the government teaching kids how to swim. This is money for the YMCAs, the Boys and Girls Clubs, school districts, different, Autism Society, the Latino, the City Heights, and many other groups. This money's going to them. They apply for these dollars. So I really think this is an important thing, and I'm glad to bring this forward again. And it's unfortunate that we have to do that, but I do think it's money well spent. And I took the $250,000 divided by the 4,400 or 4,385 people that actually got the swimming lessons, and it came down to $57 per person. And they all got like at least 3 or 5 swimming lessons out of that. So it's money well spent. So I appreciate your support in this and the support of the board, hopefully. Thank you.
Reamer?
Thank you to my colleagues for your leadership on this. It's such an important effort. I became aware of the significant risk that drowning poses because of my daughter. And it turns out that drowning is the number1 cause of death among children on the autism spectrum. And yeah, it's crazy actually, and tragic. And it's completely preventable. And it's lots of folks who don't have resources and don't have support who aren't able to get swim lessons. And so this is just so important, and I hope we can continue to do more on this effort. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 27. This is expanding emergency housing capacity for survivors of domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault. But before I make any comments, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the public. I know we have a speaker on behalf of the mayor's office, so we're going to go ahead and have him speak first.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 17 requests to speak on this item, 13 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 3 e-comments in favor of this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 27 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'd like to invite forward Dion Akers, Pam, Catherine Rhodes, and Oliver Twist. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Chair, Supervisors, thank you. My name is Dion Akers. I'm a Regional Government Affairs Manager for the Office of Mayor Todd Gloria. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here on behalf of the Mayor to ask you to support item 27. And by approving this action, the County of San Diego will take a critical step towards expanding desperately needed emergency shelter space for survivors of domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault. As Mayor Gloria has discussed many times, the housing and homelessness crisis that is afflicting our nation is one of the most important and pressing issues of our time. Survivors of abuse are one of the many populations that need specialized residential settings and care. Both the city and the county have done tremendous work to increase the availability of services for survivors through the Family Justice Center programs that we operate. And the actions that you're considering today would provide necessary funding of up to $6.2 million for capital improvements and up to 2 years of services and operations for a new shelter program. By moving forward with this action, we're making it clear that the city and the county understand this incredible need and will do whatever it takes to continue to serve our populations. I thank you for bringing this important item to the board today and respectfully request that you approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Pam, this is tricky because it looks like if you oppose it, you oppose emergency housing. I don't oppose emergency housing for these victims, but I'm concerned about the money coming from the federal government with caveats or strings attached. So I do support emergency housing, but I think we need to make sure that women and children are protected and never housed with a man, no matter what that man claims to be. There should be safe places for all without special privileges or infringing on the rights of others. The rights of women and children do not end where the feelings begin of a man claiming to be other than a male begins. We all know there is and will only ever be male and female genders as created by God. We all know man created the other genders. These women and children should not be forced into a situation set up by the county to promote their safety only to be victimized again. Sustainability, diversity, and inclusivity and equity should not be the goal. Safety is the goal.
Bingo.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Oliver Twist here. The San Diego region suffers from an acute shortage of emergency housing for survivors of domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault, a deficiency that adds significantly to the region's population of unsheltered people. Many survivors, often those with children, must choose between returning to their abuser or becoming homeless. They may live in their cars or stay with friends or relatives. Between 22% and 57% of all homeless women report that domestic violence or sexual assault was the immediate cause of their homelessness. And speaking of domestic abuse or power constructs and sexual assault, I am asking for you to open up an investigation and outreach to your own employees to see if anything unseemly may have been going on. We know at MTS yes, there are allegations. I would not be surprised. So I'm asking you to be proactive in your outreach effort to your own employees, because we do know that sexual power is a real thing.
Next speaker,
Thank you.
please. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition of this item. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite Alan C., Mike Borrello, Mark, Michael Brando, and Charlton Charles. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. And so on February 17th, at your planning commissioner, Ginger Hinsk, told me to actually come straight to you, because what she told me is that San Diego County doesn't have a housing commission. So you guys always have to do things with the San Diego Housing Commission. You have a housing authority, but not a housing commission. If you created a housing commission, you could make sure this actually happens. If you're going to believe the San Diego Housing Commission is going to do anything, they're not. This is going to probably take 20 years to come up. What they do is insane. What they'll do is they'll put out a NOFA. Nobody will, like, say, 10 million. Nobody will, they won't put any money out for it. The next year, they'll put another NOFA, another 10 million. That's the same 10 million. They do it every year, and they don't actually do anything. Please, instead of giving it to the Housing Commission, create your own San Diego County Housing Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jim, you mentioned YMCA. Go ask good people in Santee. Alan C. Go ask Alan C. Ask the good people in Santee how they feel about that man in that kid's restroom. So again, they're part of the machine. They're part of the problem. Affordable housing. Take a look at this. Look at that poor guy living next door. Chair Vargas, I invite you to come down to K and 3rd. Guys had their dream. Bungalow, small homes they built 40 years ago. Right behind them is a 7-story unit of affordable housing. Did they sign into that? What happened to their R1 codes? It's happening every city, folks. Your home is next. Whenever you push this affordable housing, you're taking away our suburbs and you're destroying our way of life. A lot of people say, well, we want to put affordable housing near transit. Well, why is it on K and 3rd? Why is it down by that stupid Health and Human Services Center where it belongs, instead of putting it in the middle of people's residential neighborhood? I'm telling you, please talk to Jose Prasado, Chula Vista City Council. He will tell you the full story of all them kids being endangered by the Health and Human Services. Look into it, please. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Of course, there's pretty much no time. Mark, see these videos? They could solve this problem altogether completely. First of all, the comprehensive annual financial report, you can put that term in, Google it with the name of any city or state. It will show you all the assets they have, which are unbelievable. These are assets that have been paid for with your and your family's tax dollars for over 100 years. Therefore, you own them. They should divide these shares of these companies between all the American citizens equally. You also need to see this. This video will show you that. Also, this video on how to stop the Federal Reserve, to even understand what they're doing, and a 5th grader could understand it. The only reason the country is losing and becoming homeless is because people don't understand what you could see from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 24 minutes on this video. Also, Rosa Corey's video. Definitely see it, parts 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers on this item. Consuelo, Paul Henkin, followed by Sandra Martinez.
Mike Borrello. So here we go again, dipping into the bottomless pit of ARPA funding. A pit filled with inflation. That's where the money comes from, the printing of money and inflation, AKA taxes. That's all inflation is. It's a way of taxing the people, and I do not consent. Send the money back to Washington. The ARPA money, send it back, unless you're going to spend it on a COVID-related thing that should have the highest priority, and that is the vaccine injured. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of people in the greater San Diego area that have been injured by the vaccines. Health and Human Services, Nick walked out. HHS, they have no database of who's been injured. No database at all. But there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people that have been injured by the vaccines. That's where the ARPA money.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, Paul Henkin, housing for victims of sexual assault. Why don't you put the abusers in Fletcher's house? It's interesting how you put it. It's interesting how you put it. Many survivors, often those with children, must choose between returning to their abusers and becoming homeless. Well, maybe if you put the abusers in jail, if you know they have victims and they survive, maybe the victims could live more easily. And this is a noble goal, but maybe you can put some of the abusers in the current emergency housing where there are less rooms. Remember your elementary school math. Maybe you can put them where there are less rooms and put the victims at home where there are more rooms for families with children. Why punish them further by confining them? Do you really think that all 44 more rooms?
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Michael, how dare you come up with this stuff? You know, these counterfeit pandemic measures that you forced on people for the last 3 years actually upped all this stuff. The violence, the human trafficking, the sexual assault, the emotional assaults. And isn't it ironic that Nathan Fletcher, who has emotionally assaulted people here in this chambers, playing games like triangulation, blame shifting, lying, gaslighting, is allowed to stay here till May 15th. Joel, you need to speak up about that. Jim Desmond, although I question his motives, you need to speak up about it. Tara, I know you won't, but you should. You know, and all this stuff's being funded by ARPA, the American Destruction Plan Act, as Truth says. Again, priorities, get him out now. Use your influence. Michael Vu, you can too. You can use your influence. Make this happen now, not May 15th.
Next speaker, please.
Yes. Must go.
Hi, I'm Sandra. You know, this is a really important topic, but the solution is really bad. San Diego is a hub of human trafficking, yet nothing's being done to stop the trafficking across our border, and instead we assist it. Drugs play a big part in the issue, but again, we do virtually nothing to stop drug importation. We release criminals and drop charges, and we wonder why people are being assaulted. Domestic violence in part can be attributed to money, and people's incomes have been devastated by the COVID measures that you all put in place. This board applies Band-Aids to problems, and this item is no exception, never addressing the root of the problem. So I have to wonder, is it really about solving problems or about creating a short-term fix, enriching select business and friends only to need continual funding forever and ever? Thank you.
Thank you. Final call for Consuelo and Charlton Charles. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone.
Kevin Stevenson, man, I hate that it's these guys that are driving the conversation. So I don't understand why anyone in their right mind would be at all against this measure. I don't understand why people don't want victims of domestic violence and assault and other related things to get the emergency housing that they need in times of crisis. I don't understand why everyone has to scream socialism, communism. That's like the most benign means of helping people. This knee-jerk reaction to just oppose everything on the agenda because of the people who put these items on the agenda, I don't understand. I mean, You have no idea how much I wish more people like me would speak up at these meetings, but unfortunately, people like me typically have to work and aren't well off and essentially paid to be there, like Michael.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth, this item makes 0 sense when on March 14th, item 2 had Summer Stephan is adding homeless people to the Safe Shelter program, which was supposed to be for survivors of human trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual assault. Nora, you can't take away shelters from survivors 1 month and then the next month pretend that you care about them when you voted to create this problem in the first place. You supervisors just trying to piggyback off of the city of San Diego's acquisition and then using that as an excuse for an entanglement between the county and the city. This property will only provide a maximum of 44 rooms for a cost of up to $6.2 million in American Destruction Plan Act debt dollars, a debt incurred by all the people of the county that might benefit only the city. That's called taxation without representation. This item is just a political act that'll really just be the county paying for the city council's pet project. And I call more BS when none of you supervisors are willing to grow a spine and publicly denounce Nathan for his pathetic indiscretions, lies, and abuses of women and the public. Nobody will take any of you seriously if you can't even do that. And I'll be giving the city council...
Now hear from the next caller.
Username Andra. I find it interesting you have a sexual predator on the board and aren't willing to do anything about that. But here you sit and say that you want to help sexual assault victims and of the like. This is another, commitment with the city when the last time it never even worked out. So I just wonder, when is this going to even give them any housing when you're unable to house 51% of domestic violence, 71% of human trafficking, and the fact that you want to actually house predators and pay more for them to be housed over helping these people is absurd. You should be giving these people homes over those people because these people are continually sexually offending. And again, Nathan Fletcher is a sexual predator and he's still on that board, needs to resign immediately, and all of you need to ensure that because what you're doing is perpetuating sexual violence. It's ridiculous, the fact that you guys sit there and act like you want to help people.
Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. On this item, I think most of you know that our region has a shortage of emergency housing for survivors of domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault. Currently, there are only 291 domestic violence emergency shelter beds and 52 human trafficking beds in San Diego County, which is not enough to support the needs of our region. Between 22% and 57% of homeless women report that domestic violence or sexual assault was the immediate cause of their homelessness. As the safety net of our communities, I really do believe that it is our responsibility to ensure survivors of domestic violence and human trafficking have the adequate resources and prevent them from going back to their abusers and placing them and their families in danger. We have a great opportunity to partner with the City of San Diego, the District Attorney's Office, and City Attorney's Office to have a positive impact on this population that is in great need. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion and ask my colleagues to support this motion to approve this item. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
We have 4 items to go. We're going to go ahead and take recess, and we'll be back at 1:30.
Board is in recess until 1:30 this afternoon.
Item number 28, welcome back. We're going to move on to discussion item number 28, appointment of Helen Robbins-Meyer as interim chief administrative officer and certifying exemption to 180-day post-retirement wait period in order to fill critically needed position of chief administrative officer. So I just want to share that as we continue the recruitment process for a new chief administrative officer, the county needs an experienced and knowledgeable interim CAO who will ensure smooth continuing of county operations and the board policies, initiatives, as well as support and training to the person ultimately appointed by the board to serve as a new CAO. I want to say thank you to Helen for working with our board on this transition. And so with that, I'm happy to make a motion to approve. And before I do that, I'll turn it over to Andrew.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. I'd like to note for the record that this item includes approval of compensation for the interim chief administrative officer pursuant to Government Code Section 54953. Prior to taking final actions, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of a recommendation for a final action on the salary or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of local agency executives. If this item is approved, the interim chief administrative officer's hourly pay rate will be $194.61. With that, we'll now hear from the public speakers. We have 9 requests to speak on this item, 7 in person and 2 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 28 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individual in favor, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Oliver Twist. And that speaker will be followed by Mark, Michael Brando, Consuelo, Paul Henkin, Mike Borrello, and Justin Castro. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. You'll have 1 minute to address the board.
Hi, good afternoon. Oliver Twist here. First of all, I think Helen is an exceptional employee. She's performed and led exceptionally, and I wholeheartedly endorse her returning to this position in the interim. I will say at this time that her replacement needs to be a nonpartisan person with a solid track record of astutely navigating political minefields. Also, I would ask you for the CAO position, you are busy adding other things like environmental justice, sustainability, all these new departments. I would ask you to have an internal auditor department specifically for supervisor oversight. That would, in my old job, our email messages, phone calls, everything got audited periodically, and that would be part of our performance evaluation. So I am asking you to add an internal audit mechanism for the supervisors' messages, phone calls, and calendars, and to make that database publicly available. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Better not choose Michael Vu. We're watching
you. Hi, Paul Henkin. Guess the jokes on those who spoke at the special board sessions in March when we thought that you guys had settled the matter. Welcome back, Helen. But to the best of my recollection, the Brown Act, and as well as the rules of procedure of this board, allow short time to speak for the entire meeting and not pick and choose each item. So you might want to look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mike Borrello. So one thing I'll give Helen is she was the only person at the dais, well, maybe Jim sometimes, who would pay attention to us when we spoke. But I'll have to agree with Truth. She said before that Helen is really culpable for enabling all the financial transactions that occurred out of all the egregious decisions that have happened over the last several years. I have to agree with that. So given Fletcher's indiscretion and criminal behavior, I agree with Oliver. We need an independent audit, someone from the outside to come in and look at all the financial transactions going on that definitely involve Fletcher and all the communications that occurred, email, phone, the whole bit, and it needs to be made public. I agree. Thank you.
Nathan Fletcher is not of sound
Next speaker, please.
PTSD and alcohol.
Mark, they are absolutely going to choose the wrong person. That's guaranteed. That will do the most damage to the people possible. People need to see the Rosa Corey video. Rosa actually mentioned Sandag in her video, which Nora Vargas is the head of. And Nora is changing the mileage usage tax to road usage charge, or no, road, is it usage? What? Well, anyway, she's changing the name because calling it a tax will make it so it doesn't have to be voted on. This will literally make it so they can do the most unpopular tax ever under a different name through a different organization. It's a total scam. Everybody should look at this video, and Nora is your enemy. So are these other people.
Next speaker, please.
Same thing as gain of function becomes directed evolution.
Hello, my name is Justin Castro. I want to go ahead and speak and say that I don't think we should go ahead and do whatever we can to keep Helen here as long as possible, at least until she handles the situation that's happening between me and Michael Vu. Michael Vu deliberately caused California to go to a vote-by-mail system. For the Newsom election, I believe, for just San Diego, we were missing 2 ballots for every ballot counted. Every ballot could have been used to switch out someone's votes. My question to each one of you guys that are board members that were used the election process to get yourself into play, how many canvassers went out there and changed people's votes to get you elected and keep you elected? Curiosity, because that can happen, right, Michael Vu? Can someone take their ballot and replace it with someone else's ballot? Yes or no? Can you answer that question? You don't want to, huh? You've been avoiding that question forever.
Next speaker, please.
That's why they had shredding trucks in the front of the registration.
Final call for Consuelo or Michael Brando.
You remember.
Michael, no, Helen needs to go. Helen was the one that signed off on all of this COVID nonsense, promoting the face scams, promoting the poison injectable serums, promoting all the nonsense. So no, she does not belong here. She's culpable in this for signing off on the orders of Nick and Wilma over here. It's absolute nonsense. So yeah, she needs to not be around here. But more importantly, this now, not May 15th. Speak up. Everybody speak up. You, Andrew, in the LGBTQ LMNOP groups, you need to be speaking up about this too. He needs to go. Tara, you're looking down. That's why we need the cameras on you, because people can see you're not paying attention, because you don't listen and you don't care. We got it.
Next speaker, please.
No, I concur with what everybody has to say. Yes, I mean, shit. Helen was a Republican. Michael Vu, I don't know about you. Yeah, so they all need to go. Had nothing prepared to speak on this, but you all need to go. They need to go.
Put their phones down, too. Maybe listen to the people.
Yeah, listen to the people. But they won't, because it's part of the agenda. Get involved, people, get involved, because this... Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We start with our first caller.
What this item proves, truth, is that Nathan's drama has made crap hit the fan. Well, I call it snafu. Helen didn't even have 4 days of retirement because she was busy sending emails to county employees asking them if they heard the Nathan news. Nathan sent y'all scrambling for answers, and it's actually pathetically funny. Hopefully, supervisors can stop taking orders from World Economic Forum members so we can finally have some peace. Over $7 billion has been wasted, but this is Helen's chance to repair her legacy of damage to the county. Helen, choose a different path and be remembered for something good. Be yourself, like my friend Chucky Cheese.
Helen really outdid herself here. Just be yourself. Just be you. Don't be afraid to be yourself and show the world who you are. If you get out of shadow and you step into the light, being you will lift your spirit. That you had better believe. But when we're not all fit, they want to tangle web we.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
She, him, they, it depends on the day. Yeah, so Helen does smile and pay attention, but she has spent the billions of dollars that have destroyed this county. And just wondering if Nathan's shenanigans and drama has weighed in on any of this, because he should not have made any decisions toward any CAO. So therefore, if there is any pick, and he has made any decisions toward that as an incompetent human being, you should renege every single decision he's made on that and choose somebody new. But it's just interesting that you guys know these people are going to retire, and then you have to have them come back because you can't fill the position. Obviously, you're not doing your due diligence and making sure that before they retire, you start looking for people instead of waiting, having to bring them back to complete the job that you're trying to fill. You guys are all incompetent, and the fact that you have a sexual predator on the board, he needs to go absolutely now. He should not be making any more decisions. We will not consent to pay any more money for him to pretend to have PTSD from murdering people.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thank you, Chair. I will second your motion. I see you didn't have a second yet there. What I did want to say that, I appreciate Helen's willingness to continue to serve and provide leadership and stability as we transition to a new CAO here for the county. As we take this action to extend Helen's time to provide stability, I think we have to take into account the turmoil of last week as we consider a new CAO. I think we have to make sure that person is not politically motivated and understands the issues and challenges of the San Diego region and our county. I think our CAO position should go to an experienced administrator. And again, given the turmoil of the board, I think this board should consider continuity at the CAO level and should think hard about choosing a successor, especially with the events of last week, from the inside. A person that the 20,000 person workforce is familiar with, a person that the remaining board is familiar with, and a person that can provide the stability and continuity that we need to move forward as a county and as a board. I think there are many capable people and qualified.
We have a couple of items to go through. If I can ask, give me a second, Supervisor. If I can just, I understand. If I can ask all of you to please continue with some stability. Where this is a very important issue for our board and for our team members. You have a right to speak during public comment. If you can let my colleagues speak. I'm trying not to close this session at the moment, so please follow the rules and procedures, and we'll continue. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you very much. So I'll just reiterate the last bit. The person with the 20,000 person workforce is familiar with, a person that the board is familiar with, and a person that can provide stability and continuity. So there are capable, qualified people here within our county workforce, and I think we should give them a closer look and harder consideration given the events of last week. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments, and I am sure you're not referring to anyone in particular, since nobody actually knows, because we had a closed session meeting, and we are under specific rules and laws about not speaking who the folks are that we interviewed, and that could have been internal people. So I just want to make sure that we are careful about how we comment on these items. So go ahead, Supervisor Lawson.
Yeah, I just want to say, if Helen, if you're listening, I'm really grateful for your service, grateful for everything that you have done for our county, and we're just really grateful to be able to bring you back for a couple more months. I do think we're going to find and bring in an amazing CEO to take our county in the new direction that we've embarked on with this board over the last 2.5 years. I'm really excited about that new direction. We're going to continue moving that new direction forward, and I'm very grateful that Helen has been a part of allowing this county to pivot from sort of the ossified and retrograde practices of the past and really bring us into the 21st century. And thank you, Helen, for being that bridge and for your service. And yeah, be very excited. Do we need a motion, or are we good?
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 29. We're now going to approval of the temporary employment of Laura Nix in the critical need position of grand jury coordinator before 180 days have passed since the date of retirement. And so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion and ask for public comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 6 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 2 requesting to speak by phone. We did not receive any comments on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 29 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with our in-person speakers, starting with our speaker in favor, followed by those in opposition. I'd like to invite forward Oliver Twist, followed by Mike Borrello, Michael Brando, and Justin Castro. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon, Oliver Twist here. So I am in favor of bringing her back for her expertise. I am wondering, though, why we're seeing this trend and why we have not developed a more robust pipeline to develop people and have the pipeline ready to go when the person is out the door. I want to say also reading a little bit historically, the San Diego County Superior Court employed a grand jury coordinator, and the county reimbursed the Superior Court for the office of the coordinator position. I also would like to real quickly segue in light of Nathan Fletcher's alleged misdeeds and the revelation of the dark side of the goon. I asked you to revisit the past firing of your prior county council, Mr. Eldridge, who left under mystery circumstances. It may be time to extend an invitation to Mr. Eldridge to return also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mike Borrello. On Pearl Harbor Day 2022, I submitted a formal grand jury complaint against the Board of Supervisors and officials in HHS alleging malfeasance and violation of California Health and Safety Code Division 20, Chapter 1.3 on human experimentation and lack of proper informed consent by their encouraging, promoting, and facilitating the use of an experimental COVID-19 vaccines. On January 5th, 2023, on February 7th, Mr. Lapotin, foreman, wrote, upon concluding review of your correspondence, we have concluded that no further action will be taken by the grand jury. No explanation why. So if Ms. Nix is employed, I ask that she investigate case 21 that was submitted on Pearl Harbor Day to determine why it was not handed over to the district attorney for investigation. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Justin Castro again. I just want to go ahead and mention a couple things. Let me make sure I understand this. You guys were elected to run here and all that stuff, and you guys are doing what your people who elected you. My question is it the people or is it lobbyists? Tara, I'm asking you a particular question because you have the most amount of activists in your district. Who elected you? Was it the people, or was it the people going around collecting ballots and switching them out before they got to the registrar of voters? There was plenty enough to change any election, correct? And it can continuously happen while the system is in play, correct, Michaelville? Or are you going to ignore these things because you pretend you don't know anymore? You got promoted based off of it, right? And now you can't defend it? Are you... Oh my God. You know I'm going to come here every single week, every single time, and beg them to fire you immediately.
Next speaker, please.
This is your second warning. Thank you.
Representative, we are supposedly the ones that
This is your second warning.
Yeah, because she doesn't.
Go ahead. Can you call his time, please? You have 1 minute, sir.
Michael, thank you, Mike Borrello, for the beautiful work you did, all the research you did on the poison serum injections, and the fact that the grand jury just kind of never materialized. So no, again, we don't trust any kind of recommendation you make about this because you're all in it. Nor, I am not picking on you, but you contradicted yourself earlier saying, well, I'm not sure if I have a cold or if I have allergies. And then what I said earlier, you said, oh, I've got allergies. It doesn't matter. Whatever you have, it doesn't matter. But you were explicit in promoting all the nonsense of the last 3 years, terrorizing people with face scams, promoting the poison injections on the piggyback of Nathan Fletcher, who has terrorized people in so many ways in this county. Resign now. Resign now. Take your fingers out of your ears.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Putting her fingers in her ears. Oh my God. What a joke.
It depends on the day. So I just love, again, how you wait until, so long before somebody's going to be picked that you have to keep them in. And the fact that corrupt individuals are picking grand jury or any people that are in power is the reason exactly why Mike Borrello's report was basically shoved off and shoved under the rug, because they don't want to go after these corrupt people. They're afraid of it. And it's ridiculous because everything that you guys do is against the law. You're all criminals. You put people who aren't criminals in jail and abuse them. Everything that you guys do is corrupt. None of you are competent to make any decisions on that board, especially when you have been praising Nathan, who is a totally even more incompetent individual, allowing him to make decisions for this county that have been totally destructive. All of you need to resign as well and need to be looked into because, basically everything you're doing is totally bullshit.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth. This item says, quote, grand juries examine any aspect of county and city government to ensure that the best interests of citizens are being served, end quote. Well, I've yet to see that happen. Grand jury coordinator, Sassy Kitty Laura Nix is back. That's what she calls herself on Facebook. I hope she's ready to receive the City of El Cajon citizen complaint form about Joel's fraudulent motel voucher program. They also want DA Summer to investigate, but I told them that Summer ain't gonna do jack.
Is it possible to send a letter to the county asking them to voluntarily initiate some of these regulations that we're proposing? They could do it probably pretty close to right away. In the meantime, if they don't, we can have a lot of bad things happen to a lot of kids.
But I wouldn't hold my breath that a letter would have a lot of effect with the county of San Diego. We can help the homeless without harboring criminals.
And there is not a predominant philosophy in the county. They're going to have to start.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Did you have all four? Okay. The next item on the agenda is item number 30, surplus real property declarations on county-owned expense properties, authorization to issue requests for proposals for development of affordable housing, approval to explore the potential transfer of property to San Diego Housing Commission, approval of a disposition and development agreement, and CEQA exceptions. We're going to go ahead and take public comment first.
So moved, by the way.
A second.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 14 requests to speak on this item, 10 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 2 e-comments in favor of this item. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 30 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite forward Catherine Rhodes, Josh Hoffman, and Oliver Twist.
Speed round.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. Please do not give this money, this property to the San Diego Housing Commission. For example, I would like you to go to the SB 341 document for the redevelopment agency. They have like 10 properties that they have for housing that they've been holding on to for at least 12 years already, and they don't have plans to do it. Why would you possibly give this corrupt agency that steals money, that they're the worst of the worst? Please do not give them property that they're going to sit on or they're going to give to other people. For example, affordable housing, there was a project. They gave it for affordable housing. The affordable housing people sold it to UCSD for a profit. We didn't get any of that money. They gift things. Please create your own San Diego County Housing Commission so you could keep this property. So what I'm asking you is, do not approve it, bring it back, create your own housing commission, and then you can do it yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, the surplus property, you guys want to get as much property into your subsidiary corporation as possible, which is a complete and total scam. Everybody, again, like I've been saying all day and many, many times, needs to see the Rosa Corey video so you understand their scam. It's despicable because they're just paying their CEOs and their consultants incredible salaries, and they make money and rent our own property to us. Basically, they're using our money. They're making us poor through inflation. That you need to stop that. And they're making us poor and taking our own tax dollars to buy our property from us and siphon it off to rent to us later like serfs to lords. They're tyrants. This is a authoritarian corporate oligarchy is the technical term, and it's got to be stopped.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Oliver Twist. And so while I do believe that we should be maximizing our resources, I have a lot of problems with the San Diego Housing Commission, and I believe they either need to be disbanded or completely revamped. I also believe they're a poster child for what is going to go wrong with the social housing program. And so that needs to be on people's radar. A lot of red flags about any time you involve the government, you get just a lot more cost overruns, inefficiency, and again, we need a lot more audits of things where that money is going. And then I would also like to ask for equity. At the beginning of the meeting, you go 30 to 45 minutes with your proclamations. I would like that much time for non-agenda speakers, where we shouldn't have to jockey for position for 5 of us in the morning when we get here an hour before the meeting to try to talk. So I am saying as long as it's, if it's 30 minutes for proclamations, it's 30 minutes for non-agenda in person. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Josh Hoffman, Vice President of Real Estate Development for the San Diego Housing Commission. San Diego Housing Commission is excited to partner with the county on this innovative effort. The proposed concept is in alignment with federal, state, regional, and local policies and goals. It will further the initiatives set forth by this board to be industry leaders and find creative solutions to removing barriers to increase housing production. We're proud to offer our support for this item in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to call forward the speakers in opposition of this item: Alan C., Michael Brando, Kevin Mateo, Paul Henkin, and Justin Castro. If I've called your name, please come forward. You can come forward in any order.
Point of order, if I may, sir. Can we speak after the presentation? I don't know what to speak unless I...
We're taking public comment now. Please come forward.
Okay, all right. I had to ask. Okay. I guess they're going to do a presentation. It's kind of out of order. We should be speaking so we can see what they're going to show.
Sir, you have a minute. Go ahead.
I am talking. This is my minute. You just interrupted me. As you look through the slides, 4588 Market Street, I mentioned earlier, Chair Vargas, please. We're talking about homes. K and 3rd, if you even care. Go down to K and 3rd in Chula Vista. Look what happened to them poor saps. Their single-family homes, their life, their dreams, their children, and then 40 years later, they put this forward housing literally in their backyard. It's a shame. And you look at this map. There's actually homes all around there They didn't sign on to this to have this 7-foot structure right behind their home. Come on, think about it. Have some heart. Have some heart. You guys know. You seen what happened? I mean, look at that. It's on your plan that you're going to present after I get done speaking. Our neighbors, our communities, our restaurants, you're taking it all away. For downtown San Diego, is that what we want?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Agenda 21.
If you get rid of Airbnb, there will be so many more houses.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, Paul Hinken. I'm sure you know me. Why, in the midst of the homeless crisis, with so many unsheltered or in temporary shelters, is this agenda item only proposing affordable housing? The agenda attachments say that 3 of the 4 properties are already being used. 1 family resource center, Southwest. 2, there are several county parking lots. 3, the HHSA Central Region Public Health Center and San Ysidro Health. 4, the HHSA Central Center. But you want to demolish some of these or all of them. Why not save time, especially if there is a, quote, severe and chronic need for housing? Why don't you save time and probably money, too, by rehabbing the existing facilities?
Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Kevin Matson, San Ysidro Health. First of all, I'd like to thank our county supervisors for the work you do for us in collaboration on everything we do to support the health and well-being of the communities we serve. In April of 2008, San Ysidro Health merged with Comprehensive Health Centers Ocean View and took responsibility for the 3177 Ocean View Boulevard clinic. That clinic's been open for 50 years. We've been in collaboration with the county mental health department providing services at that site almost that entire time. When I looked at the justifications on the equity impact statement, it talks a lot about the impact on housing, and we certainly support housing. We can't have healthy people without good housing, but we'd also like to look at the health equity. So in 2022, San Ysidro Health served 10,018 patients at the Ocean View site. 54% lived below 100% federal poverty level, 88% below 200. 79% were people of color.
Thank you.
Please reconsider.
This is your government, brother.
Next speaker, please.
Once again, my name is Justin Castro. Obviously, based off of these rules, we do know where you guys are getting your direction coming from. It is definitely not the people, because you do not want to hear the people's voice. Now, I figure we're going to have talkers after we go ahead and speak up why we have against it, but I'm not sure if you guys are the lobbyist or I don't know exactly who you work for, but we're trying to give you guys more money. You're the lobbyists who paid you probably also help get Tara elected, right? Because all the missing ballots could be used to get people elected and keep them in office to fund all these programs, correct? Michael Vu, I give you the rest of my time to tell me, can that happen, yes or no? Or are you too chicken to answer the question? Can someone take their ballot and place it into another envelope and replace their ballot, yes or no? You know the answer as well as I do. Feel free. No, you're not? Too scared, huh?
Next speaker, please.
Are you too scared?
Next speaker, please.
Are you too scared to answer this?
Final call from Michael Brando.
Next person, please. You have 1 minute. Sir, please start. You have 1 minute. We have the people's work to do.
Michael, no on this item, and I'll bring it full circle because I started with this. All of this stuff that you're doing is slow drip poisoning of the people on this land. I'm not talking about the poison serum injections, although that's part of it, but all this land business. Again, Rescue Mission Planet Earth, a children's edition of Agenda 21. I think all of you would be able to read that and understand it. I'm being sincere. Behind the green mask, UN Agenda 21. And then, of course, all of this dovetails up into COV1 ID 19, the Great Reset. You know, again, it's the people that have allowed this situation. It's their minds, their imaginations that have thrown their power to you, so it's not all you're doing. But again, get this fella gone now. Now. And don't bring in this Janessa Goldbeck, Joel Anderson.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone.
Hi, Chris Arthur, Eden Housing. I'm speaking in support of this item. Eden's excited to partner with the County of San Diego to redevelop the county's excess property at 73rd Street into 120 new affordable homes, including 30 homes for families and individuals experiencing homelessness. It's going to be a great benefit to the community. The development will provide 1, 2, and 3-bedroom homes that are affordable to families earning 30 to 50% of the county's area median income. At Eden, we're committed to the long term and will develop, manage, and provide services to tenants after construction is completed. We look forward to working with the county and community stakeholders to break ground as soon as possible on this much needed project. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth. Nora, you mean the lobbyists work. Last year, these supervisors used land at 73rd Street to build 120 more ugly, staggy packs that nobody actually wants, with some homeless people thrown in. And it will be built by Eden Housing, which on their website even calls their complexes transit-oriented development, just like the UN's Agenda 21 plan. On March 20th, the San Diego City Council, with item S402, approved the same company, Eden Housing, to build stack packs in Imperial Beach for over $4.7 million in loan debt. It also threw in homeless people. And you know what I told them that day? I said, quote, all you care about is filling your money buckets with debt dollars from the state and federal governments by building the types of homes they offer funding for. You guys are see-through like glass, end quote. And just coincidentally, in their jurisdiction, now there's Market Street, Ocean View Boulevard, and University Avenue to destroy with ugly stack packs costing over $1.8 million. CEQA exempt, and with the aid of the San Diego Housing Commission, who will be having a meeting this Thursday at 9 a.m. downtown at 1122 Broadway on the 4th floor. So even be talking about LGBTQ plus affirming.
Now hear from the next caller.
She, him, they, depends on the day. Just want to give you guys a round of applause because you're so good. You got $1.86 million, you guys, and just in that, San Diego region faces severe and chronic shortage of affordable housing units, and over 10 years, you guys only meet 10%. That is fantastic. You guys are so good at what you do. I love that HHS is vacating these places. That's so great. And so in that 10%, you guys want to get 68,959 units that you need. So you're only going to get 18.2 on Ocean View, 7.4 in University, 12 in 73rd Street, and at Market, 6.2 to 12.8 units. You guys are so good at helping do nothing and take money and pretend to do busy work, all while you give all these other people money to pretend to create projects, when in reality, all you're doing is perpetuating homelessness. I love it. You guys are so awesome. 10% is fantastic. I mean, you guys should really be giving yourselves pats on the back and give you guys a talk.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. And I want to thank county staff for being here available for any questions in case my colleagues have any questions. But, you know, county land, owned land is really important. It's an important avenue for us that we can use to leverage more opportunities and partnerships to bring affordable housing and services to the region. The Ocean View site in my district is in my district, and it's currently home to a medical clinic that has served residents nearby and has done so for decades and has done an exceptional job doing that. And so as we declare this land a surplus, it's very important to me that this site has a requirement to build a medical clinic and a partner with a service provider that has that understand and meets the cultural competency and needs of that specific community and understands the needs of that region as well. And I want to make sure that that's part of the development with the affordable housing units as we move forward. So I'm looking forward to the partnership with the San Diego Housing Commission to build additional affordable housing as is much needed in our communities. And especially during a time when there are scarce resources for housing in our region, especially for affordable housing, and it's our responsibility to take an opportunity to expand affordable housing options in our region whenever we can. So I have a motion and a second. Supervisor Anderson?
Excuse me, you answered all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Yeah, I just want to thank you all. Like, this is great. I mean, we've been saying for years now, right, how important it is to.
You had your time. Can you please allow my colleagues to have a discussion? Go ahead, Vice Chair.
We've been saying for years now how important it is to prioritize affordable housing and to identify surplus land and unlock the opportunities that we have as a county to really catalyze more housing opportunities for those in need in our region. And this is the epitome of what I think we've been looking for, and I'm excited to support this, excited to continue to support these kinds of endeavors and initiatives, so thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Thank you. At each meeting, I will ask any of you who want to provide a brief update report on progress or share pertinent information. Thank you again, team, for information during this time. With that, does anyone have any updates that you want to share today? All right, seeing none, that concludes the business of the board today. We're now going to proceed with our adjournment in memory. Today's adjournment will be presented by myself in memory of Charles Elster. If you can have a little bit of respect. It is with a deep sense of loss that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of Charles Harrington Elster, a beloved San Diegan, avid San Diego Padres fan, and writer who turned a love of the English language into a career that included co-founding and co-hosting the public radio show A Way with Words, and a dozen books about pronunciation, vocabulary, and style. Elster passed on March 1st at his home in Kensington. He was 65. Mr. Elster was born July 14, 1957 in Queens, New York, and the only child of Vernon Hart Elster, principal harpist for the Metropolitan Opera in New York City, and wife Nancy, a piano teacher. Upon graduating from Harvard in 1981, Charles followed his colleague sweetheart Mirna Zambrano to Southern California, where together they would launch their careers, get married, and raise a family together. By his own admission, Elster was a man seduced by the sound of syllables and caught in the web of words, but he wasn't stuffy about it. His works were for everyday people and punctuated often by humor. That didn't mean a lack of seriousness, though. He was respected enough in his chosen field to fill in occasionally for the late William Safire, author of 30 Years of the On-Language column in the New York Times Magazine, and he wrote book reviews for the Wall Street Journal and other publications. Elster narrated audiobooks and appeared on other radio programs around the country. He also served on the San Diego City Board of Library Commissioners as it worked towards a new central library that opened in 2013. When he was writing, Elster enjoyed playing blues, piano, cooking delicious meals for friends and family, and watching the TV show Jeopardy! He was a devout Padres fan, and even though he was alien watching every inning in the Padres' exciting playoff run last fall, Elster enjoyed the beauty of life, playing the blues, piano, and cooking for his family. He is survived by his wife of 38 years, Mirna Zambrano, and their two daughters, Carmen and Judith Elster. He will be deeply missed and by all who knew him and respected and loved him. What we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to proceed with the public comment for closed session, and then after closed session, we'll come back and we'll take the remainder of the public speakers on non-agenda public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have, just a moment. 6 requests to speak on closed session matters, 3 in person, and 2 requesting to speak by phone. It's 5 requests to speak on closed session matters. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. For those that requested to speak by phone on item 31, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. I'd like to invite forward Oliver Twist, Catherine Rhodes, and Justin Castro. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. Again, these are comments related to the closed session matters?
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. For closed session, you have one of them is litigation. You didn't say exactly what it is. So I'm thinking it could be Nathan Fletcher's. So what I wanted to say is what you guys did for the previous mayor that had this problem. You guys put a San Diego Sheriff hotline in there so that everybody, let's just say any county employee, can call this number up and you guys can analyze if he's done this to any county employee also. You did it before, so you have something that you did before. So my recommendation for you for this litigation, this whatever litigation, is do the same thing you did before. Put a San Diego County Sheriff hotline out there and ask anybody, do you have problems? And see how many people come forward. So maybe other people, so we could get rid of all of this at one time. So we won't have to have this coming in drips by drips. Get it all done at one time. Put it out there for everybody. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Oliver Twist here. I have grave concerns about all of your closed sessions and how they're listed, particularly the lack of a specific topic so the public knows somewhat what is being determined, not just a generic category like public employment or litigation. An example of this was the late-breaking special meeting on Saturday, March 25th, which said simply public employment, Government Code 54597, Chief Administrative Officer. We would have liked a little bit more details, and then the also thing with Fletcher, we don't know what's going on. We feel like the board is not being very transparent. So we would like a lot more information, a lot more audits and oversight. And from today, 131 e-comments, the majority of all of which I saw called for Fletcher's resignation. And I'm asking you to do the right thing. You say that women's voices matter. Prove it. Do not let an alleged predator have come here on May 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Me too. Well, it looks like this might be a recurring thing. So regarding vote by mail and this whole broken system that we have, you can't deny it anymore. There's no possible way. I spelled it out to you. Each and every single one of you know exactly that you could tell your constituents to go out and collect voted ballots. Also, go out and collect unused ballots. Your district is extremely easy to do it. You could go to Gilman Drive and pick it up. Gilman Drive, you know, all the students, and pick up a ton of ballots and then collect voted ballots and then switch them, right? You know it can happen. There's nothing stopping it. So are you telling us that we should all do the same thing? We should all collect as many unused ballots and collect as many voted ballots and switch them out ourselves? Is that what you're telling me, since you don't want to handle it, that you don't want to stop it, you don't want to protect it? You're saying everyone do it. Thank you.
For the record, that speaker was Justin Castro. We'll now hear from the individual that requested to speak by phone on item 31.
GMA depends on the day. So yeah, as Oliver Twist and others were saying, there's a complete lack of information on all of your closed session items. You're not transparent, and you claim that you want to be transparent with the public. The fact that for your public employment for the CAO's position, that you're not willing to share any information with the people when this person is going to be spending billions of dollars in the county, the people need to have a say in that, and you need to be more transparent. And obviously, looking at all of the litigation going on against you guys, it's not surprising that now Nathan has brought more heat to your guys' back as, like, you know, Oliver was saying, a predator here in the county. So you guys need to really think about the actions that you're taking, because so far all you're doing is creating a avenue to come after you guys legally, because all of you are engaging in criminal acts. You're all depriving people of their civil rights every day, and that is a felony. You need to quit people who are doing nothing in jail.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth, Case H is Martina Arevalo versus the county and Deputy Sheriff Jesus A. Iniguez. And cases A through F are about another former sheriff deputy, Richard Fisher, who faced 8 felonies and 6 misdemeanors, including sexual battery, assault and battery by an officer, and false imprisonment. Prosecutors said half of the victims were handcuffed when the assaults occurred. Richard first denied all allegations, and then he changed his story and admitted to assaulting 16 women while on duty. Richard was looking at more than 25 years, but the plea agreement meant all charges of sexual assault were dropped. And this sex offender ended up serving only 44 months. Custody credits taken off the sentence were thanks to the Imperial County Probation Department and the sheriff. Here's another lying sheriff, Kelly Martinez, from March 24th with East County Magazine.
In San Diego County, we've been very proactive in de-escalation training and techniques and talking and monitoring body-worn camera. And I expect, people that work for me to certainly not commit criminal acts, and if they do, then they're going to be held accountable, and I'll be very transparent.
Criminals all around.
Thank you. And that concludes the request for public comment on item 31.
All right, we are now going to proceed to closed session, and after closed session, we'll be coming back to hear the remainder of the non-agenda public comment speakers.
The board will now recess into closed session. Consider those matters listed under item 31 on today's regular agenda.
Not sure. We have a lot of work to do. Clerk, can you please call the remainder of the non-agenda public comment speakers, please?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 23 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 9 in person and 14 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Mike Borrello, Oliver Twist, Saib Sabir, Mark, and Catherine Rhodes. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon, Oliver Twist here. I come before you today again with an issue that I petitioned before you last September, but you chose to ignore at that time. However, given recent circumstances and accusations of things that happened at MTS and even within their own boardroom, I again bring to light the troubling lack of archival transparency in this chamber. To recap, several months ago on August 30th at hour mark 2:0014 at the AM session YouTube video, Audra Morgan accused Chair Fletcher of flipping her off as he was sitting on the dais. I have no idea if that really occurred or not, but it didn't seem like it would be that hard to find out. However, my public records request revealed that your communications department said the video system camera records just one angle, showing only the public commenter. They also denied having any security footage for this chamber that day, something highly troubling, giving both incidents in this chamber as well as voted to fund personal security services at a cost of over $2 million. By the way, that needs to stop now. While the flip-off allegation itself is concerning, far more problematic is a structural and systemic failure for anyone to be able to archivally investigate prior events that occur in this chamber. I now call for changes in the operations and transparency of this body. Record footage from at least 3 camera angles, one which shows the dais at all times, make footage readily available for review. Archival transparency is critical to accountability and public trust, as events these past 2 weeks markedly prove. And for the media, they are complicit in this as well. Many of us have, for the past 3 years, brought forth valid criticisms of Nathan Fletcher, which fell on deaf ears. Your lack of scrutiny regarding events in this chamber and at MTS played a role in enabling Fletchergate. As it turns out, there really was a there. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person, Pam, Matt Baker, Luke, and Sandra Martinez. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I just want to say, since you're looking for somebody for District 4, I'm going to throw my name into the hat, even though I don't live in District 4. And one thing, though, is when I first came to San Diego, I actually lived where Central Elementary School is right now. And for the City Heights redevelopment, I actually did the geotechnical investigation for that project in City Heights. So anyway, my qualifications. I have a master's in civil and environmental engineering from San Diego State. What have I done to change things for San Diego? I came up with the HUD VASH vouchers for veterans homeless. 100,000 homeless veterans have housing because of my idea that I brought forward. Another thing that I did is the La Jolla Seals. I brought forward the change in the law, and then I also went to the Army Corps of Engineers and got them to have a letter to the city to say that, they can't do that because if you dredge the sand trap, it's going to, cause cliff collapse and retreat. I was the only person to stand up for the La Jolla Seals. Nobody at the city, county, nobody did anything else besides me about it. The other thing was the Sun Road height limit. I was the one that did the investigation. So San Diego saved, what, 20 million, 40 million from the Sun Road lawsuit. That was me. The other thing that I did is I went to the HUD OIG auditor to say San Diego has been stealing money, and they came back with $215 million to HUD OIG audit debt for community development block grant program income. That's why the city has so much money to spend on that, was because I brought it forward and went to the state. The other thing I did was save the city $56 million in redevelopment agency housing funds that were going to be given up, but instead we had 5 projects go through because I stood up for them, nobody else. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Matt Baker. Good afternoon. I am here to address you on behalf of the people of San Diego. We are here to ask for the immediate resignation or summary dismissal of the now disgraced Nathan Fletcher, a man who was within your midst this entire time when the people cried out and told you he was a psychotic freak. You knew not of what was going on in his head. You knew not what was going on in his mind. Why is it that the people could see through this man? Why is it that your judge of character is so weak that you could not see that this man is an entire scumbag? Why did you allow him and vote for him twice to lord over us during the pandemic when now we find out this man is mentally unstable? I call for the rescinding of all of the ridiculous rules and divisive BS things like clapping and cheering to remain on behalf of the First Amendment of the United States of America. These rules were put into place by a man who admits he is mentally unstable. He lied, he cheated, and I dare say he stole from the people of San Diego. He lied and he cheated to his wife. He lied and he cheated to your faces and in your midst, and you knew not of it because of your judge of character. Where are you going to be when Nathan Fletcher Gate goes down? Now I want to know, where did all the money come from that Nathan Fletcher stole from this county? $1.9 million of the...
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Your time is up.
Time is up. Next person, please. Next person, please. Just tell them whoever the next person is.
Next speaker, please.
Sir, this is your second warning. Go ahead. Just call on the second person. It's okay. Just call on the second
Sandra
person.
Martinez.
Sandra Martinez, you have a minute. This is your third. This is your third. This is your third warning. All right, we're taking a break. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Shame on you! Shame on all of you! You have no self-control!
Please make sure that we clear the... All right, thank you so much. And just a reminder, we welcome all public discussion. Your opinions matter, but please make sure that you show some civility. Otherwise, you will also be asked to be removed from the chambers. Go ahead, Andrew. We are looking forward to hearing from the rest of the speakers.
Thank you. I'm going to call the remaining speakers. Sandra Martinez, Luke, Mike Borrello, Saeed Sabir, Mark, and Pam.
Hi, I'm Sandra Martinez, and I want to honor the Armenian genocide respect that you gave today, as well as the Holocaust statue remembrance that happened about a month ago here. Unfortunately, never forget is now, and everybody seems to have forgotten. In the US alone, government websites say there have been 1.15 million COVID deaths. Had the government not silenced scientists and doctors and suppressed effective treatment, that number would have been 173,000. In San Diego County alone, 5,000 of the 5,800 COVID deaths were preventable. Unfortunately, the state, the county, and this board mocked honest voices and vilified viable treatments that could have saved 5,000 San Diego residents. If you had a loved one who succumbed to COVID, please call your supervisor and ask him or her why they didn't fight for effective treatment for your loved one. Never forget what people on this board have done in the name of following orders. If any of you really want to understand the real science, not the financially funded and influenced quote science, please contact me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chair Vargas. I am Mark Wilcox, father, grandfather, and community volunteer. I've noticed that several of the county cities have established bans on smoking and vaping tobacco and marijuana products in public places. I support this ban as excellent environmental protections that will reduce smoking and vaping debris that are deposited onto the ground and make their way into the ocean. I would like to suggest that the Board of Supervisors consider bans on smoking and vaping tobacco and marijuana products in public places as well, because it would greatly support the county's Live Well goals to build better health and live safe and thrive. As adults, we would be modeling for our young people our respect for our environment, a reverence for our coastal lands that bear the consequences of cigarette butts, vaping debris, and other forms of toxic tobacco and marijuana waste that enter our gutters, waste system, into our streams and oceans, contaminating beaches and waterways and injuring marine life. Clean waterways, clean oceans, clean air. A ban on public smoking and vaping is great public health policy whose time has come. 5 of the county cities have already done so. Now is the time for the county to join them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. Oh boy, so much to say. Let me start off by saying that I agree with the general consensus. Nathan Fletcher absolutely needs to resign right now, because if these sexual assault allegations are true, that is extremely disgusting, and someone of his level of power should not, even if the relationship, this affair he had was consensual, that's still gross because there's an obvious discrepancy in terms of power. However, I would also like to criticize the right-wing opportunists who are popping champagne bottles over this announcement of a resignation, because they think that now Jim Desmond and Joel Anderson are going to be able to block hot-button legislation, because we saw a bunch of votes in 2021, 2022 that were 3-2. Now they would be, those votes would have been 2-2, and it's for that reason, and for many other reasons. Also, it's for the sake of the constituents. District 4 needs a representative now. Ideally, the best route would be to go to a special election. I would like to see a special election for District 4. And also, screw the likes of Amy Reckert, Carl DeMaio, KUSI, and all of the fed up with Fletcher PAC grifters who are celebrating over this. Let's not forget that Carl DeMaio had his own sexual harassment allegations back in 2014 that he has spent the last 8.5 years completely ignoring or denying. So, you know, fair's fair. And let's be clear, the San Diego GOP does not care about facts. They don't care about what's right. They care about power.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, this is Peggy Walker, Child Health Advocate. I want to revisit something mentioned this morning. April is Child Abuse Awareness Month, and all should be aware that increasing marijuana accessibility has contributed to a rise in marijuana-related child abuse and neglect. This is demonstrated in part by steep rises in marijuana-related child poisonings and hospital admissions of young children who inadvertently ingested THC products. It is not often discussed, but accumulating evidence shows parental or caretaker marijuana use can also lead to child neglect, physical and emotional abuse, injury, and even death. Parents Opposed to Pot, a national organization, listed means of death for children from marijuana-related neglect or abuse, ranging from drownings to fires, DUIs, guns, and violence. Easy access to a drug that causes physical and mental illness, anxiety, addiction, depression, memory problems, brain aging, and lowers intelligence does not benefit youth of any age. I ask you, this board, to make sure every policy decision regarding addictive drugs works to protect the young and innocent from harm. You can help by supporting the Cannabis Candy Child Protection Act. That's State Assembly Bill 1207 mentioned earlier today. I repeat it because AB 1207 will uphold promises of Prop 64 that have failed. One, to ensure marijuana products cannot be designed to appeal to youth or be easily confused with normal commercially sold candy or foods. And two, it will enforce prohibition of marketing and advertising marijuana to those under 21. Please consider.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a concerned parent and a public health educator focused on drug prevention among youth. I wanted to comment regarding plans for the expansion of the marijuana industry in our county and remind you that residents don't fully understand the significant impact high-potency THC products can have on their health. According to the U.S. National Institute on Drug Abuse, car crashes and deaths are on the rise in U.S. states that have commercialized and normalized marijuana use. They stated that they've seen the rate of car crashes with injuries increase by nearly 6%, while fatal crashes rose by 4%. Yet no increase in these crashes were seen in states that hadn't legalized marijuana. Farmer, vice president at the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, stated, "It's becoming more and more clear that the legalization of marijuana doesn't come without cost." He added that marijuana use affects reaction time, road tracking, lane keeping, and attention, all of which can make a crash more likely. I'd like to share with you a recent story of a tragic situation when a young man who was driving under the influence of marijuana crashed his car, killing his girlfriend on impact. Court records show that this driver had 18 nanograms of THC in his blood, well above the legal limit set in most states. Sadly, California does not set a limit. Colorado imposes a limit of 5 nanograms along with Washington State. California must put limits on the law so that people think twice before getting behind the wheel after marijuana consumption. The county must consider setting greater regulations on potency as well as prevention education.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
It depends on the day. Yeah, so you guys, you know what? It's interesting because we have a sexual predator on the board still. And I'm just wondering if Cynthia Chavez and Paul Worley are going to be the candidates for the CAO. Probably right. And they're attached to Nathan, which is totally corrupt. But the fact that the meetings have become usurped by a mentally unstable man that has been enforced by the rest of you, because you guys put him in his chair, right? And we know this man is a sexual predator, right? And that he is also a total corrupt individual who has 3 times so far stuck people on me to physically assault me, which is so great, all while he claims that that doesn't happen. But, you know, Nathan Fletcher running for Senate has accumulated over $1 million, right? And so for you guys to do the fair thing would be that you would replace him by having a special election and having him donate that money, because you know what? Somebody gave him $8,000 after he quit the race. What's that for? That is so nothing to look at, right? But yeah, so you guys must allow the people to pick a replacement, because otherwise all you're doing is perpetuating everything that you want to do. And every vote that he has actually made should be rescinded. He should resign now. We're not going to fund his insanity and pretend that he has PTSD that allows him to sexually abuse women, and nor the fact that you want to emulate Nathan is unacceptable. All of you guys have put Nathan on a pedestal. Therefore, all of you need to be looked at as unstable. This entire board, as they said, is compromised. All of you guys are making decisions based on a man that you have held up on a pedestal and looked at as somebody, as a figure that you want to emulate. And therefore, we see that this county has been destroyed and is continuing to be. So you guys need to do whatever you can to protect the county if that's what you're claiming to do, nor the fact that you
Now hear from the next caller.
Let the wicked be ashamed, and let their lying lips be silent in the grave. This is truth, and that was Psalm 31 inspired. Nora, you sure were evil today, cutting the speaking time to 1 minute. You better not dare do that tomorrow. Don't make me come in person. Now I have to say, we done broke Nathan. All those neck twitches and anger glitches. And I was the last in-person speaker to talk to him. How about that? I'd say I sincerely hope you're finally getting the help you need, Nathan. But we all knew that was a lie from day one. The reality is, Nathan did the complete opposite of the county sexual harassment training, and he got caught. Then he insulted veterans by pretending to have PTSD. And now he's taking paid leave, footed by the taxpayers, to run away from his own drama. He continues to lie, cheat, and steal from the people. Nora and Tara, you as women both need to publicly denounce this cheater named Nathan. And then every single one of his votes at this board needs to be nullified immediately. Nathan's a fool that had everything handed to him on a silver platter, and he blew it, including training with the World Economic Forum and the Clintons, maybe on how to cheat on women and fail at covering it up. But next time, Nathan, don't be afraid to take others with you on your way out of the closet. We got a lot of lying scumbags running this county, but you'll all fall eventually, slipping on your own peels from the rotted banana fruit that you've sown. I dedicate this song to all criminals here hiding dirty deeds.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. I often come with public health information regarding marijuana as the cascading information continues to come our way regarding the concerns that the medical community have about high concentrated THC products. Thankfully, our own Congressman Scott Peters is presenting some legislation at the federal level regarding these high concentrated THC marijuana products, and his legislation is called the Toxic Act, and that stands for Targeting and Offsetting Existing Illegal Contaminants, which is the use of pesticides in cultivations here in California and across the United States, marijuana cultivations. He is concerned, based on the press release, that these illegal and unapproved pesticides are coming across the border and being used here in California for marijuana grows. And these pesticides are considered in toxicity category 1 by the EPA, and they're on marijuana products or on marijuana plants that become eventually marijuana products. And this poses a threat to all of those who use marijuana by vaping or smoking, and probably by ingesting, that these pesticides find their way into humans who consume and vape and smoke. We appreciate this effort on behalf of Congressman Scott Peters, and we ask that perhaps the Board of Supervisors take a look at his legislation, his federal legislation, and consider supporting it. Be one more way to show our support for good health here in our county and to remove these contaminants, marijuana.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo. I just wanted to talk to my brothers and sisters in the chambers and around the world holding the line for humanity. Just remember, if our mission in this life is to help activate people, you're going to piss a lot of people off. This is a natural part of the activation process. Also, there aren't enough vaccines, chemtrails, or poisons in the universe to control a consciousness that is expanding, awakening, ascending, and returning to source. Your mission is to hold your light and speak your truth. When you align with your purpose, the power of your purpose will take over. As my brother Michael Brando once said, that's how stupid evil is. It carries within it the seeds of its own self-destruction. So hold the line and endure till the end. I love you guys so much. Thank you for all you guys do. Sincerely. Truth will be exposed. Everybody will know. Ciao.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this afternoon.
Thank you. That concludes our session.
The board will reconvene tomorrow, Wednesday, April 5th, 2023 at 9 a.m.